Ugh. I wonder...
I have proposed...
Has this guy uploaded any stupid cringe? Spaghetti. Oh my god. These are great. I love the the idolization of unachievable anime physiques, but steroids are bad. That's always a great one. Fucking terrific. Yeah, no shit, I'm stronger than Hasan. He's a weak fucking beta male.
Sponsored by Squarespace. Stick around until the end of the video to learn more about a special deal they're making available through my channel. So people in the comments have been asking me to make a video based on Guts from Berserk for a while now. I was reluctant at first because I hadn't actually read or watched Berserk, and I normally don't read things that are quite that dark. But with so many recommendations, I decided to give it a go. And I'm glad I did, because not only is it a really deep dive into psychological trauma, a really disturbing but interesting world, one that has a lot of Dark Souls DNA in it, but Guts himself is also a perfect candidate for one of these.
What a bizarre thing to say. Dark Souls was inspired by Berserk. What does he think came out first?
Videos. Because he's...
Like, this guy is genuinely fucking stupid. It's like the fucktards who say, wow, DBZ is like a ripoff of Naruto. Like, what the fuck?
A really interesting physical specimen. He's a huge, built, thick, tank-like man who swings a gigantic sword around his head, the Dragon Slayer. And I love when an artist intuitively understands what the physique should look like based on their functional performance. Guts doesn't have a skinny bodybuilder waist. He isn't petite in any regard. He has a thick waist with thick serratus muscles and obliques, perfect for supporting such a huge weight. That means straight up and straight.
Great.
Player. And as I learned, supporting such a huge weight and driving the momentum to swing it around his head. More than that, he's also a testament to human will, grit and determination in the same way that Bruce Wayne is. So in this video, I'm going to see what else we can learn from Guts and how you can train to get a physique that not only looks like Guts, but performs like him as well. I'm a serious man with children and a business, by the way. The first thing that's really interesting about Guts's performance profile is the way he swings around his gigantic sword, the Dragon Slayer. And as I learned by watching a video from Super Eye Patch Wolf, that sword actually has really interesting character significance that also teaches us a interesting training principle, that being progressive overload. Because you see, the reason that Guts swings around...
I'm pretty sure Kentora Mayora pretty much came out and admitted the Dragon Slayer is sort of an allegory for his penis. So, like, the reason the sword is so big is because he's, like, the most alpha male fucking strong jack dude who's ever lived. So he has this, like, massive sword, and it's, like, an allegory for his manhood.
Such a massive sword is because when he was being trained as a child by Gambino, who was a really bad man, he wasn't given the luxury of a sword to suit his size as a child. He was given an adult sword to train with. This showed just how little Gambino cared for Guts, but it was also what made him such a formidable warrior, because of course, learning to swing such a large sword gave him that superior strength, and as he got older, he maintained that progressive overload by...
What's funny is, in real life, a child could easily swing a real sword, even like a big-ass greatsword. They're actually surprisingly light.
Continuing to get a larger and larger sword until he was swinging around something like this. A great symbol of his determination and a great example of how he can gradually increase resistance to increase our strength.
Here we go.
And meanwhile, what we can also think of this as a great example of is specificity. If you want to get better at swinging really heavy things around your head, then you should swing really heavy things around your head. In our case, if you want to have functional, real strength that transfers to movements like lifting heavy objects or swinging things around, throwing, fighting, hitting, then you really need to be moving in the rotational plane.
What he's doing is literally doing nothing.
And ideally with some form of resistance. This is where so much of modern training really falls short. We constantly move in just the sagittal plane. That means straight up and...
Like, if you wanted to train rotational strength, why in the fuck wouldn't you do, like, medicine ball throws against a wall or something like that? Like, he's literally just dilly-dallying.
Straight down, it means forwards and backwards. We squat, we curl, we press, but we very rarely twist, turn, or do anything like that. And we add increasingly large amounts of axial load to our spines to the point where we actually become stiff and rigid in that plane of motion, so that when we want to twist and rotate to generate that power, it's not there. Not only can we not generate that power, but we can't even move in that way.
I don't know how he figures getting strong at the squat makes you unable to turn your hips or something.
This is something I discovered when I switched to a more functional training style, and it's something that lately Nasima Inyang has been talking about an awful lot on his channel.
Yeah. Here we go. I don't train heavy, not because I'm weak and I'm afraid of heavy weights or anything, and I don't like working out hard. I just do it because it's not functional. Okay.
He's an incredible example of this as a powerlifter who has added to his training things like rope flow, kettlebell flows, and now moves like liquid in all planes of motion. In one of his videos, he showed the stereotypical clip of a bodybuilder walking down the street with barely any swing in his hips, no contralateral movement. And we all know this to be true. A lot of people...
You're walking. Like, what? No swing in your hips?
Fight against this because they don't want to think that their powerlifting careers, their bodybuilding careers, whatever else it is, haven't catered to every part of human performance. But that's not a dig on those endeavors. It's just to say that no one training modality does everything. So if you truly want to move like guts, then you need to add these rotational movements. Now, I've been using things like kettlebells to do this, and this club bell. I'm pretty useless with the club bell. Highly recommend you go and watch Mark Wildman's channel for better advice on that. But I really like things like the Atlas swings and the windmills that let me swing things around and really feel the bracing in my core. But it's also about getting into flow, learning the positions you need to gain that structure, that leverage to wield such a heavy weight and control the momentum. So I actually don't recommend that most people...
This guy is like, he reminds me of Peter Dinklage. Just a fucking little weirdo. Catboy Fascism, Donny Tillers, what are the new Sonments? He had a debate on, what is it? Trigonometry on communism. Let me see this.
Hey, what I used to say about NGE is that the real red pill choice is Kaworu. I used to say the real red pill choice is that, but in light of the Catboy thing, I can't make jokes like that anymore because then people are like, oh, Masato is not very feminine. She's very boisterous and aggressive and domineering. And what I will say in defense of Kaworu is this. There is...
What is Kaworu? Oh, that's from Evangelion, the gay dude. He was gay. So he literally was a gay character.
Something to be said. Not about, look, there is something to be said because it wasn't homosexual. Not until Rebuild 3, the Rebuild movie, the third one, did it get a little bit weird. What I will say.
He was always a gay character.
there is something about the male bond. Now, obviously, Democrats and Jews and homosexuals themselves, this is an important point.
I have OBS. What settings do I have to avoid noise at the background? There's a noise filter. It's not the noise gate filter, it's the noise reduction filter.
Have made an attempt to take all male bonding and male relationships and create this gay paranoia, this gay suspicion. And what this does is it undermines the ability of men to form friendships and bonds with each other. This is real.
Everybody knows what gay is, okay? When you start, like, making out with your buddy, like touching lips, you know, licking your tongue against another dude's tongue, sucking each other's dicks and stuff, like, that's gay. Everyone knows what being gay is. Being friends with a dude and give him a hug, that's not gay. We know what being gay is.
Okay? Now, the red pill there with Kaworu is to say Kaworu, in some ways, understood Shinji better than Misato, better than Asuka. Now, Rei and Shinji have a complementarity in being a boy and a girl, and Rei obviously has this thing where she is descended from, what is it? She comes from Shinji's mom, and I don't remember all the esoteric stuff. She's from Lilith, or what, this thing, the first collision. I don't remember all the details, but there is the complementarity, the esoteric complementarity.
Well, the girls in whatchamacall. Why am I literally forgetting the name of the show when I was just talking about it? Evangelion. They're all crazy bitches. Like that was one of the issues that Shinji had with feeling isolated and rejected and all this shit. Because the women around him were fucking nuts.
In the movie,
especially that redheaded chick, just treated him like absolute shit.
But the complementarity between Rei and Shinji as boy and girl, which is intrinsic, but in some ways, Kaworu understands Shinji in a different way, and you might say a better way, because they're men. Now, that doesn't mean that there was any funny business in the series. In the rebuild, the third rebuild movie, it got a little bit uncomfortable, but that's the red pill there. And I used to say this, it was uncontroversial, and then the Catboy Cammy thing came out, and then it's like, oh, now you can't make any jokes. Now you can't make jokes, even if there's a point to it, even if there's a very prescient point to be made there.
So today, Nick is saying he would never watch anime, even though he has in fact watched anime. I don't know why that would be a bigger spot of embarrassment for him. Like, he watches gay porn.
Hey, what I used to say about NG...
Like, we all know Nick Fuentes watches gay porn. He got caught watching gay porn on stream. So it's funny how that's not embarrassing for him, but watching anime is embarrassing. Thanks for the donation, Catboy Fascism.
We'll do the club bell windmill. It's definitely more advanced move. I'm not great at it. More to the point, if you accidentally hit your legs on the way around, you're going to really know about it. But it is a cool exercise if you do feel confident. And why I included it here was to demonstrate just what this kind of training does for your core. When you swing that massive thing around,
yeah, it's doing nothing.
Feel it throughout the entire core. You have to prevent your ribs from flaring, your back from extending. You need to stop yourself moving side to side. There's so much tension in the core, and it's changing all the time. And it's actually a really great core workout. So this is what this kind of training can do for you. And there are many easier options. For example, with a kettlebell, you can do
Dodo, $22, let me see.
Sure. So I have a question. So from America First perspective, why do we give $3.8 billion to Israel, which is more aid than we've given to Africa, more aid than we've given to South America, and more aid than we've given to the Caribbean combined, which is home to 1 billion poor people, especially when they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty in the 1970s?
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event. That is not acceptable. Do not say that.
Okay, Dean Rusk disagrees with you, and he was the Secretary of State at the time, but that's fine. And then the second part is also, you have the Apollo incident in which they illegally stole weapons-grade uranium. The CIA has reports on this.
Anti-Zionist,
No,
anti-Semitic
I'm not
rhetoric.
anti-Israel. I'm just asking from America's perspective because it's not in our interest. They act
Remember
against
the
our
short
interest.
question part?
Sure. I mean, how is it in our interest that we
Easy.
give this money to Israel?
All right, so it's required that they have to buy American weaponry. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where all three monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully practice. It's the only country in the Middle East where all three monotheistic religions are represented in their government. It's the only...
Is there, like, the USS Liberty thing is just a fucking meme. The other crap about stealing nuclear weapons, or weapons-grade uranium or something. I've never heard that claim. I don't know if that one's true. I don't know how that's really relevant to any discussion on how does it help the U.S. to aid Israel. Okay, they wanted nuclear weapons. So what? I don't know how that's a problem for us.
Only place in the Middle East that has any appreciation for LGBT rights whatsoever. It's the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw homosexuals off the top of buildings when they find them. It is the only partner that we have.
All of you, each and every one. President Trump did not build the greatest coalition in politics by running his supporters through endless, self-defeating purity tests. He said...
He kind of does. If anybody ever questions him, like, everyone always has to agree with him all the time. Kiss his ass. He does purity testing all the fucking time.
Make America great again because every American is invited. We don't care if you're white or black, rich or poor, young or old, rural or urban, controversial or a little bit boring or somewhere in between. People of every faith come to our banner because they know that the America First movement will make their lives better, and they also know that the Democrats don't care about anything other than maybe transing their kids. So if you love America, if you want all of us to be richer, stronger, safer, and prouder, you have a home on this team. I didn't bring a list of conservatives to denounce or to deplatform, and I don't really care if some people out there, I'm sure we'll have the fake news media, denounce me after this speech. But let me just say, the best way to honor Charlie is that none of us here should be doing something after Charlie's death that he himself refused to do in life. He invited all of us here. Charlie invited all of us here for a reason, because he believed that each of us, all of us, had something worth saying, and he trusted all of you.
Yay. None of this seems to have created any kind of solidarity within the party. They're trying to turn him into a martyr. It just seems like people don't really care. Bill Clinton's office demands full transparency with the Epstein files, which Foreign Justice has released so far, and the manner in which it did so makes one thing clear. Someone or something is being protected. We don't know whom, what, or why, but we do know this. We need no such protection. It's kind of funny how he, of all people, is coming out and saying that. So I guess he's fairly confident they don't have any dirt on him. It's obvious there's something with Trump in there. Rand Paul and Erica Kirk, Marco Rubio endorsing J.D. Vance.
I got to ask you about a political question. We saw Erica Kirk endorse J.D. Vance already for 2028 for president. That was interesting, but also interesting was so did Marco Rubio, who in that article in Vanity Fair said that if J.D. Vance runs, he'll be the nominee, and I'll be one of the first to support him. I know it's early. What do you make of this? Is J.D. Vance the heir apparent here?
I think there needs to be representatives in the Republican Party who still believe international trade is good, who still believe in free market capitalism, who still believe in low taxes. See, it used to separate conservatives and liberals. That conservatives thought it was a spending problem. We didn't want more revenue. We wanted less spending. But now all these pro-tariff protectionists, they love taxes. And so they tax, and then they brag about all the revenue coming in. That has never been a conservative position. So I'm going to continue to try to lead a conservative free market wing of the party, and we'll see where things lead over time.
And that's not J.D. Vance.
Yeah, no shit.
No.
I really hope J.D. Vance doesn't run for president. Indians have built the largest Hindu temple in the U.S. located in Robbinsville, New Jersey. Vivek would like us to think that the founding fathers would approve of this. Well, it's better than a fucking Muslim temple, I can tell you that much. What's the worst Indians do? Take away the tech jobs, open up quickie marts, and maybe make a dangerous street food? At least they're not fucking flying planes into any buildings or anything. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Kilos, which are pretty simple, really. And again, you feel it in the core as you try and prevent your ribs from flaring as it goes around, and you feel it in the rotational and transverse planes too, and it's a great stretch on the lats. You feel it in the triceps, and you can do it for high reps to build that wonderful strength endurance. Builds grip as well. Actually, Jack's Blade, my buddy, made a video.
As if any of this is going to make you look like Guts from Berserk. Like, what a joke.
On Guts training using a real Dragon Slayer sword. Obviously not a real Dragon Slayer sword, but someone built for him a huge sword that looked like a Dragon Slayer and was actually heavy. And in some shorts, you can watch him training with it, and he actually says it trains muscles he didn't even know he had. And I think that's a perfect way to think about this sort of training. If you're not moving like this, you're not getting those sorts of benefits. So start easy, do halos, do Atlas swings with a kettlebell. You can't really get that too wrong.
Yeah, I'm sure doing this gay shit, again, will make you look like fucking Guts.
Make sure you're driving the movement with your glutes. There's loads and loads of options. You can use just martial arts practice, hit a heavy bag. Of course, if you really want to move like Guts. Finally, the other aspect of Guts that's really interesting from a training standpoint is his iron will and determination. In the story, he goes through like just the worst stuff, but he always finds that resolve and that grit to carry on. I think that training helps us do this because it encourages us to keep on pushing when we start to feel fatigued, feel that discomfort, and especially when you're training with higher rep ranges, with strength endurance type stuff. It really challenges
Nice try.
you to keep on going and to quiet that voice telling you to stop. Broken bones and joints and hallucinogenic herb to get this way. Others think they used rituals and chants, but either way, it's very possible that something like this really happened, and we now hear urban legends of mothers lifting cars off of their trapped children. When you're in a real fight or flight situation, you can turn off those natural dampeners, those inhibitors, and access more strength, and you can numb pain. Adrenaline is known to do this. Gain super focus. It's very possible that this is what was happening with those berserker warriors. And today, we try and tap into something similar in the gym. Not necessarily by using hallucinogens or by biting our shields or throwing off our clothes, although I have been known to take my top off, rather by using things like caffeine and stimulants. And this is how we can access a little bit more strength. But I want to end on a word of caution, because of course, like many of these things, Guts isn't entirely an aspirational character. I mean, no one would want to trade places with Guts. The point of the Berserk armor is that it comes at a heavy cost, a great price. Because when he uses it, he's putting his body at risk. The same thing kind of happens if you rely on huge doses of caffeine. You're pushing your body past the limit that it's supposed to have. And if you're feeling too tired and lethargic or achy or sore to train, maybe there's a good reason for that. if your 1 rep max is 130 and caffeine can get you to 135, maybe you don't need the caffeine, maybe you're fine training at 130. Because in real life, optimal performance comes from being in the right state of mind at the right time, being able to access that extra strength when you want it, by focusing, by psyching yourself up. This is what mission, and this is do in life.
Moral of the story, if you want to look like Berserk or like Guts, or want to be strong like Guts, take steroids. Throwing a little thingy dingy. Yeah, doing these little swings with a weighted bat.
What is this brain dead movement against building data centers? It reminds me of the movement to stop nuclear power.
I don't know, I think it's like, they're claiming it's environmentally costly or something. Who the fuck knows? Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Yeah, I love how this guy makes a video about, Guts workout. Like, it's just... There's one of the most, like, ridiculously jacked anime characters who's ever fucking existed. So you're gonna look like that. Doing this. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. I've been on steroids for a few months now. Like, I don't even know if I'm quite at that level yet still. And here's this fucking midget who looks like, what's his name? Peter Dinklage. Doing this fucking gay retarded shit with a fucking bat, not even taking steroids. Guts workout. Thanks for the tip, dude. I'm not gonna do gay faggot shit that wastes my time. Hear about the new Safe Drugs Act. Even Chase Irons is removing all his GLP peptides from store. Well, if you're getting your shit underground, you're probably not gonna have an issue. There's a lot of like gray market websites that are probably going to be taking their GLP-1 agonists off the store, but if you're getting it from black market sites, you'll probably be fine. I'm assuming my source will probably still have them. It's kind of fucking insane how all the shit works, dude. It's just ridiculous. Where is it? Steroids, fat loss. That's interesting. That is really interesting. They renamed the retatrutide on the store to GLP-3. That's really weird. Yeah, I think they're worried the pharmaceutical industry is going to come after them. But yeah, even the black market sources that I'm getting this shit from. Whoa, they're even whiting out where it says Retta. Holy shit. They're worried. Okay, yeah. That's funny. Well, they're still selling it. Yeah, they're still selling it on the black market sites, but it looks like they're a little worried, and they're hiding what they're selling, kind of. Dodo, donate to our CVG. The irony is that long-term, this makes energy cheaper because the grid has to scale. That's why you also see more nuclear reactors being built in a long time to support data centers, and the water for cooling remains clean.
Tech companies and lobbyists are investing millions of dollars to tackle a new political problem for the industry. That's data centers. Politico reports the centers are becoming toxic with voters. The data centers are essential infrastructure for the growing artificial intelligence industry. The author of that article joins me now. Gabby Miller is a tech reporter for Politico. Gabby, thank you so much for joining us on 24/7 today. We really appreciate your time. So your reporting shows the industry is taking out ads and funding campaigns to put data centers in a positive light. Is it changing the public's perception of it?
Right. Well, it's really to be determined at the moment. But we can see based off what happened in the November elections that this was a very politically potent issue, especially in the Virginia and New Jersey elections. So we saw that that was actually tied to the affordability costs. So we saw that energy costs were going up, data centers are spreading, and a lot of voters are upset about it. And so this was a winning message, especially for the gubernatorial races with Abigail Spanberger and Mikey Sherrill. And so now we're seeing the tech industry and other politicians responding, hoping that they can use this as a blueprint for, a political playbook that they can use in the midterm elections.
And speaking of the midterms, I mean, next year is just around the corner. So how could the midterms shape the future of data centers and the artificial intelligence industry?
Right. Well, like you said at the top, there is a PR problem with these data centers. They're noisy. They're going into different communities all around the country. Right now, we've already seen issues in Virginia. There's a huge backlash. There's, the highest concentration in Virginia of any other state in the country. And, we're seeing that residents don't like this. We've seen companies like Meta after the November elections go on the offense, and they're really pitching these as a boon to the economy. They're bringing lots of jobs, but the fact is that they're actually bringing a very small amount of jobs. So they're bringing a lot of tax cuts to these areas, and a lot of construction jobs, those are temporary jobs that it takes to build them, but to actually run the data centers, there's actually not that many jobs that are involved to run them. So, who is actually benefiting from these? Voters would like to know. And I think right now on the Hill, especially, they are in the process of crafting how to talk to constituents about these data centers who are very.
Thanks to Good Idea.
All right, well, they need to make new nuclear power plants regardless. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Looks like Frank has new shorts.
Let's take a look.
Some of you guys commented to make a GoFundMe, but I have in the past, and they always take it down. Kickstarter, GoFundMe, GiveSendGo, all these websites are for people in the club, members of the elite.
He's violated their terms of service over and over and over again. With GoFundMe, he wasn't making a new product. He violated the TOS. It was very clear. They even explained it to him when they took his thing down. They said his project violated TOS because, one, he wasn't even fucking clear what he was trying to get funding for. And two, it wasn't like any kind of unique product. He was basically just asking for money to start his business. And then with GiveSendGo, again, he violated their terms of service. You're only allowed to ask for money that you need for a given thing. So if you're trying to raise money for surgery, and the surgery is like $50,000, you can only ask for $50,000. You can't say, I have surgery for $50,000, and then ask for $450,000, which is what Frank did. He literally asked for $500,000 for a fucking cosmetic surgery thing that only costs like around 50 grand. So they took his thing down. And then he's like, you have to be Jewish or something for these platforms to work. Like, oh my God, he's such an idiot.
These websites funnel money to those people, and if you're not part of them, they will ban your campaign. I've had it happen in the past with other things, and my campaign here was taken down. That's why we made the website watchbytabon.com, which is private, and they can't take it down, but I've made multiple videos about this. They're always heavily shadow banned and censored because they don't want you to know the truth about these donation websites. And someone also asked, hey, Frank, why don't you live stream? Same reason. I'm heavily censored and shadow banned, and I don't get views when I try to call these people out for
He probably doesn't live stream anymore because he's a lazy fucktard. I watched some of his streams. He was actually getting a decent amount of money donated to him, even though his viewership was pretty low. He's probably just too lazy, and he's making good enough money through his business for it to not be worth it. Like, again, this guy brought in $5 million in gross revenue in 2024. And, like, he flew to Japan, got 2 more plastic surgeries. He was eating out, like, for dinner, spending, like, $300 for a meal. He has fucking money, and he's just full of shit.
things they've done to me. So it's really unfortunate. I just accept it for what it is, and I try my best with my business to make enough money to cover my. The last thing I want to do on social media is talk about my botched surgery, my eyes, all of this stuff, but I haven't been compensated, and it's completely destroyed my life and financial situation. And from what I've seen, it's, minimum of a few $1 million for being partially blind, permanently disabled, and having to.
He is not partially blind.
Undergo almost 10 surgeries under anesthesia. Now, some people say that there's legitimacy to the court.
He keeps saying he's partially blind, but he's driving. He still has a driver's license. He still drives every day. So he's full of shit.
Court system, in my experience, no. So my only choice really is to continue to speak out on social media. And if I have to do it for the rest of my life and cost these plastic surgery lunatics tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars by deterring people from getting plastic surgery, I'll do it, but I don't want to. And the federal case seems to be okay, like the judge isn't completely crooked, but since the start, this state court judge has been out to get me. And the real issue is I've had to undergo multiple surgeries where I was incapacitated for weeks to months at a time, and I was unable to engage in court correspondence. Now, I always sent notices to the state.
So first of all, he's lying. He's come up with a variety of different excuses for this. One, he said his lawyer didn't tell him about it, which is a fucking lie. 2, he said the court documents were sent to his parents' house, which even if they were, he is the one who put his business address as his parents' house, so he should know that if any court documents are being sent to him, they're going to go to his parents' house because that's the address they have. And he obviously is seeing these documents. He's being called out for this in the Paul Saladino court thing. He just refuses to, like, show up to court or, like, respond in any way. Because he just doesn't feel like it or something.
Court, which the clerk ignored or did some BS. So not only will these state court judges just completely screw you over, the clerks in the offices are just as crooked. They'll ignore your filings. They'll dismiss them for ridiculous reasons. They really don't want you representing yourself as pro se. They really don't. So every single time, like in December, right after I filed the case, I had strabismus surgery, and the defendants filed opposition. I was unable to respond to it. The judge granted whatever. Then in May, I had to undergo orbital reconstruction in Los Angeles. Same thing happened. Then in November of this year, I went to undergo another surgery. Basically, I send the notice to court in. I let the judge know, hey, I have to get surgery. Please give me extra time to respond. They say no. They let the defendants and the doctor win the case and dismiss my case. It's really, really crazy if you think about it. I am botched and disfigured and suing this surgeon because of what he did to me. And then I have to actually go undergo procedures while trying to defend myself in court, and the judge is siding with it's so hypocritical, it's comical. Like, this guy's disabled and he can't respond to the court correspondence because of what this doctor did to him.
He was never disabled.
And you're allowing the doctor to get away with the responses without allowing the plaintiff to participate. It's completely crazy to me.
So he's lying about all this, by the way. He asked for a delay in the court trial because he was planning to get surgery. They denied his delay. He got the surgery anyway, missed a bunch of court dates, and then he said, oh, I wasn't able to even respond or see any of this because of the surgery. He knew it was happening. He just ignored it, got the surgery anyway because that was more important to him. He's so full of shit. Like, he lies about literally everything.
It's completely crazy how corrupt and ridiculous this judge is. And I've done YouTube videos that weren't deleted because my previous TikTok account was taken down, but it's another dismissal. Go figure. If you guys don't have access to raw milk in the United States, we ship to all 50 states on Frankie's Free Range Meat, the highest quality and most affordable raw dairy products available online. We have a full selection of...
Yeah, if you can't get a bovine tuberculosis in your local grocer, just order from Frank.
Cow, goat, and sheep dairy. So whether you want, regular milk or butter, even things like kefir, yogurt, all types of cheeses, heavy cream, sour cream, cottage cheese, cream cheese. We try to have an extreme variety, so whatever raw dairy product you like, it's available on frankiesfreerangemeat.com, shipped to your door for free. And of course, we have a full selection of meats, beef, pork, chicken, everything the highest quality pasture raised, and even sourdough bread pastries and some very unique products on Frankie's Free Range Meat. I'm going to show you guys my morning smoothie / energy drink that has some really unique things, I promise, you have never seen anywhere else. The star of the show is Sky High Organic Energy, which is a custom formulation I came up with on organsupplements.com.
Isn't it literally just sugar water?
It's the basic things you see in an energy drink, like sugar, caffeine, fruit flavors, but all the highest quality organic versions and added protein. So really, really special.
How in the fuck do you make caffeine organic? How do you have higher quality caffeine?
If you want to learn more about that, you can read about it on the website, but we're going to do 3 scoops of this. I like to add more protein, so we're going to add a scoop of collagen peptides, and what's really special is I took a scoop of grass-fed gelatin, I warmed it up in some water last night, and we have basically, pure clear gelatin that we're going to add to the smoothie, which has different type of amino acids and proteins. So we got
Why would you do that?
a nice balance of all the different types of those amino acids in the gelatin and the collagen peptides. I like adding a little more B vitamins, so
Gelatin is just missing the amino acid tryptophan, but I don't know why you'd do that. It would just fucking taste gross and weird. He's just a retard.
we're going to open a B vitamin capsule, and then this is some extra soluble fiber, some acacia powder. So all of these things are actually in the energy drink besides the acacia powder. But I just like adding more because, like everything, nutrition and supplements are
So this is the perfect supplement that you have to add supplements to for it to be better. Okay.
very subjective. You have to cater to what your body is. So I have a little more muscle, and I'm trying to do some liver
Yeah, Frank has a little more muscle, sure.
detox. So I
Fucking
want some
twink.
protein and some fiber. All right, so we're gonna do about 8 ounces of glass bottled mineral water. This time it's ice.
What's the candy? Reese's Pieces. They changed the formula so it's vegan friendly. There's no more milk in it, so ate some of those.
Atlantic glacial. So then we have our clear gelatin, and again, guys, we took 2 scoops of gelatin in some 120-degree water last night and just let that sit overnight to hydrate really well because it's a dry powder.
Well, that looks stupid.
And then we just want to add more water to reach the 16 ounces, 2 cups. So of the energy drink, I'm going to do about 2.5 scoops. And this is really delicious, guys. The only reason I really come out with products is if I make them and they taste really good, I get excited and I launch them. So they're healthy and they're also really, really tasty. So we broke open the B vitamin capsule. 1 scoop of collagen.
Why wouldn't he just eat it?
Peptides, most affordable collagen online.
Okay, this...
By far, most people are 2 to 3 times the price. Now this is organic clear acacia powder, which is a soluble fiber, which basically sucks up and absorbs all of the toxins that come out of your liver whenever you drink or have a meal. So
that's not really what it does.
We're doing 1.5 tablespoons. Now I'll let this go for about 20 seconds. Almost forgot because it was so small it was hiding back here. Our probiotic. So 1 scoop of our powdered probiotic powder.
Probiotics are just garbage for you.
This is super duper foamy and airy. I like pouring it back into the glass bottle. Really delicious, guys. Everything's on organ supplements.
Yeah, that would taste like shit.
We do have fresh, never frozen shipping options available on Frankie's Free Range Meat if you're a raw primal dieter. And if you're unfamiliar, this guy Jonas Vonderplanitz created the raw primal diet and this myth that frozen food loses 90% of its nutrients. But if that was true, then the native Alaskans, the Inuit people who only ate frozen meat would never have, they would have ceased to exist. It's not actually true. We've done studies on YouTube debunking this, but the point of this video is fresh, never frozen shipping option. All of our dairy products are fresh, never frozen, and we do have ground beef available fresh on a weekly basis. We used to do other cuts, but the demand just wasn't there. Most of these raw primal dieters are kind of stingy. They don't actually want to spend more money on fresh, high quality products. So we kind of stopped doing all of the different cuts fresh. Maybe in the future, sometime we'll do it, but it's not going to happen for a little while. And I'm just a little turned off because I've seen people attempting to slander my business in the comments from this specific community saying, he only sells frozen meat and it loses 90% of the nutrients when you freeze it. Like, really, really brain dead stuff. We have raw unsalted cheese. As I said, all of the dairy products, the raw milk, the raw kefir, yogurt, cream cheese, cottage cheese, whatever dairy product you want, raw butter, we have it all raw, fresh, in the fridge. If you choose that fresh shipping option, we only use ice packs and it will come never frozen. If you don't choose that option, we will ship it with dry ice, and the dry ice is so cold sometimes that it does freeze it while in transit. And yeah, this guy, Jonas Vonderplanitz, might have been right on a few things, but what turns me off about him is
he's a fucking retard.
The wild stories he told in seminars, and he was clearly a pathological liar. Like one of them is, he was in the desert, almost about to be unalived of thirst. And he said he found a snake and swung it around and then drank its blood. It's just really, really like wild stuff that you'd have to be in a trance to believe it. No one would ever believe half the stuff this guy said. They think he was a lunatic. They'd put him in a mental hospital if he was on the street telling people stuff like that. However, it is one of the most successful diets from like a normie perspective if you were to follow it. Then again, it doesn't work for everyone. A lot of people have gone on the raw primal diet and they get very sick. And these crazed lunatics that follow him, sometimes I call them rawtards, keep pressuring people to follow the diet when they're clearly sick and it's clearly not working for months and months and months. And the person just gets sicker and sicker. But that's a story for a different day.
All right, well, that's Frank. Thanks for the donation, though, James. Let's see. Dodo donated $2. Is this real? The Talmudic Jew? Spidey senses told me to look into this book, The Talmudic Jew, by August Rowling. Candace is holding up in her latest video. Consider donating your brain to science. Yeah, extreme denial. She's like she only gets worse too. So like again, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So I won't be surprised. Like eventually, she'll just straight up come out and say it and say like the Holocaust never happened or Hitler was right about everything. You know, it's gonna happen eventually. Give her enough time to get a little more delusional. Get enough of a crazy Jew-hating audience to kind of hype her up, and she's going to come out and say it.
Oh, we're literally at war with Russia today as a result of this hysteria, which was...
Well, we've already seen that one. We literally watched this entire thing last night. Weren't you there? I literally watched this in its entirety because you wanted me to watch this, and then you're sending it to me again. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Elias 22 Taliban rage bait is on another level, dude. It's crazy how much they hate girls. Yeah, they really hate girls. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Breeze and Utilers, interesting Frank Reddit thread. Also, can you react to this thread first? Or this retard first?
What do I know about juice boxes? So, I don't know. I haven't had a juice box in a very long time. I'm joking, guys. I know y'all know what this is. You guys know my take by now, guys. Come on, y'all know.
Is the Carnitard an anti-Semite?
My take. They control the world, I swear. No, but I need to look into it even more, but I've seen a lot of...
Yeah, he's anti-Semite. What a surprise. What has happened is that Frank added additional defendants who are irrelevant to the claims. The defense have been filing motions to be dismissed, which the court has been addressing. Some of those defendants were Academy of Ophthalmology, American Board of Cosmetic Surgery, American Society of Ophthalmic, Plastic and Reconstructive Surgery, the Medical Board of California. At this point, Devon is the only defendant in the case. Frank has the opportunity to appear in court and present evidence, but instead he appears to be attempting to delay the proceedings. Contrast, Devon has responded and is moving the case forward, including requesting a jury trial. Oh, dude, he's probably going to try to make Frank waste a fuck ton of money. Frank filed a motion to stay the proceedings for his trip to Japan, but it contained errors and was flagged by the court. Back in early October, Frank also filed a notice claiming he was physically disabled, bedridden, and in a near indignant financial situation, arguing that traveling to California for court proceedings was impossible, even though he flew to Japan. At this point, the case is not dismissed. Devon is trying to move forward while Frank keeps delaying. Oh my god, dude. He could have just gone on his merry way, and he's just going to cost himself more money. What a fucktard. That's hilarious. Thanks for the donation, Freeze.
Do you think Frank's obsession with his eyes have to do with him slowly going crazy? His eyes used to look fine. Also, when his paranoid crazy thoughts eventually leads to his death, can we please have a celebration stream?
Oh yeah, when Frank finally goes nuts and ends it all, or drives off a cliff, or whatever the fuck happens, we can throw a party. Like, Frank clearly has cross eyes and shit, so I can understand him wanting to fix it, but, like, he's a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Elroy.
How would you like to kill Frank if you were legally allowed to do so and he was trapped in a room with you? You can have any weapons you like, or no weapons at all. What do you do? Quick death or long and suffering?
Well, the ideal situation would be scavism. So, scavism. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
I must have missed that part. Can you make the stream public?
No. It's for members only. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Creations, home of independent book publisher Hungry Minds.
Oh, wait, what is this?
Hasan, Piker, welcome to Trigonometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big sigh?
Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance. My fear is that that is where capitalism inevitably leads. There's too much.
What the fuck? So, two examples. Italy and Germany. Can he, like, give any sort of rational explanation for why capitalism led to fascism in Italy and Germany? And I mean, if we just go by numbers and, like, scale of tragedy, I mean, the amount of deaths in Soviet Union alone were more than the fucking Holocaust. China was just out of this fucking world. Like, the low estimates are, what, around 40 million? Like, this guy is such a fucktard.
Instability, there's too much chaos. We need to restore order.
Is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say China is probably the closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow.
Like communism in America?
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe.
You think Reform Party is
I think
fascist?
Reform Party, as it stands.
Communism works. We just need Star Trek technology. You know, we just need to be able to bend space and time to our will and, you know, have the fabricator machines that can turn energy into any matter we want. Communism will work just fine if we have that.
Stands currently is a nascent fascist parliamentary group that hasn't reached its full potential yet.
Relax, relax. This isn't an ad. If you're not a fan of...
Oh boy, this is going to be super ultra mega cringe. Like, literally all the fucking memes are going to be in this.
Ads, but love trigonometry, join the thousands of trigonometry members who get extended interviews. No TriggerPod.
Welcome to Trigonometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big sigh?
We'll see. We'll see how this goes.
Yeah.
I'm getting cooked right now.
Yeah.
For those of you at home watching, and this has got to be extra weird for you guys because you're British, and this is what the sun looks like normally.
Yeah. No, it's nice to know.
Yeah.
We are enjoying it. I'm sorry about the sun. This is not deliberate. We're not trying to cook you literally.
Yeah.
But welcome to the show. Tell us a little bit about you. Like, you obviously got a massive Twitch channel. You're very successful streaming. Twitch is a gaming platform, but you talk on there. And that's what people follow you for. How did you get there? What's been your journey through life?
I started my professional media career, I guess, as a nepotism recipient at my uncle's 26-person YouTube startup media network. I feel like calling it a media network is interesting because, like, at that time, at that point, it was smaller than like a mid-tier podcast, you know? But I started there because I just wanted to not live in New Jersey. I wanted to live in LA. And that's where the Young Turks headquarters were. And I, much like virtually all of my peers, came out of college with a double major, great marks, and no job prospects whatsoever. So I was like, all right, I'll just start off my journey here.
Does anybody know what Hasan's educational background is? Because I'm assuming it's in some stupid garbage and he graduated like at the bottom of his class. Let me see. Life and education. University of Miami. Isn't University of Miami considered like a shit university? Then transferred to Rutgers University, Delta Chi fraternity. Cum laude with a double major in political science. Oh, and communication. Okay. So it sounds like he graduated with decent grades, but he took political science and communication. Like, yeah, you can be a gas station attendant with that.
Here, and it'll allow me to not be in, it'll allow me to be in LA where I want to be, right? And slowly but surely, I worked my way through the ranks there, offering a lot of free work, just as a fill-in producer or fill-in guest host whenever, you know, someone didn't show up, they were sick or something, while I was actually doing the advertisement stuff on the back end. I was basically the singular advertisement operations person. Not only was I creating client lists, but doing cold calls, trying to get DR campaigns going for the Young Turks and like fill the inventory of the Young Turks with some brand names that I think everyone is now familiar with, like Squarespace and things of that nature. That was a big client of mine initially, but I hated it. And I thought, you know, I think I could do better if I were on an on-camera position. And so, but the problem was I was horrible on camera at first. And I just kept going through it. My girlfriend at the time was like a model trying to become an actress. She was like, one of us has to actually work. And she was like, you should keep doing the advertising stuff to make money so that I can be, you know, a model, an actress, whatever. And I was like, okay. And even a bunch of my friends were like, maybe you should stop doing this on camera stuff. You're not very good at it. And I was like, no, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to keep doing it because eventually I'll get better at it. And I guess over the years, I did get somewhat better at it. But while I was at the Young Turks, I was doing all this stuff. I set up the show called The Breakdown. It was very successful because it aligned perfectly with the
What's your response to the people who say the communist countries aren't doing real communism, that's why they're so bad at it? If communist systems have to be perfect in order to work, then they're doomed to fail. Capitalism doesn't have to be perfect to work.
Hasan would have a fucking degree in communication. Man, that's such a Hasan thing to do. Useless degree up there with art or something. Really bad Terry's stats to back this up as well. Like data actually backs up how useless that degree is, lol.
I think I saw something like it's like 1 in every 10,000 people even are able to get a job that has anything to do with the degree. It was something like mind-boggling. Like it's literally useless. So yeah. That is something Hasan would do. Thanks for the donation though, Unicorn Jizz. Yeah, so if communism needs to be perfect to work, it's never going to work because, like, when is any political system ever perfect? So the reason why capitalism works is it doesn't have to be perfect to work, but if communism has to be perfect to work, well, obviously it's never going to work.
Facebook algorithm turning on the faucet for video content.
Mm-hmm.
This was when everyone was doing the pivot to video, BuzzFeed and all these other places. There's a company called Upworthy. I don't know if you guys recall. Way back in the day, they were getting like tens of millions of views a week, and my videos were getting like 30 million views a week. I was contesting Tommy Lauren's right-wing commentary at the time, and that was when I first made a name for myself, I guess, as a leftist political commentator. But I wanted something more. I wanted something that I could call my own. I wanted a sense of community for myself. I didn't want to be under the umbrella of the Young Turks as much as I was. So I thought to myself, I play video games already when I'm not working. Might as well go to this platform called Twitch. It was a video gaming platform at the time, even though there was some commentary happening there as well. And I decided I'm just going to strap on a PlayStation camera onto my PlayStation 4 at the time and start live broadcasting and while I play Fortnite. And I have a bunch of other friends who are journalists, activists, organizers, and whatnot that I play Fortnite with anyway. So we'll just talk about political issues while I do this. Now, there's a couple different reasons why I did that. Like I said, one, because I wanted to have something of my own, a media property of my own.
Yeah, just
the other
copy
reason
Destiny.
was because I recognized that the gaming side of things, like the gaming culture side of that space, was heavily dominated by right-wing commentary, whereas gamers were much more diverse in their opinion, myself included. And I wanted to present an alternative. I also wanted to go against the grain, because at the time, we're talking like 2016, 2017, at the peak of like woke SJW cartoonish depictions of what the left represented. And there was some validity to the arguments that were being presented. Obviously, it was like the most maximalist, most ridiculous depiction of the left, but some people would lean into that a little bit, where they were like, no, we are like this. We are joy killers. We are woke skulls. And I was like, I don't think you have to be that. I think you can have fun and also still have progressive values. And I wanted to basically show that.
He is not fucking progressive. He's a fucking fascist.
To a audience that had maybe never really encountered that. And I wanted to be in an environment that I was comfortable in as a male who games. And that was a very male focused gamer space, which was. And last but not least, I wanted to...
Yeah, I've seen Hasan's bro tip videos. Gum Gum. You gonna lay down, Gum Gum? Yeah, get nice and comfy. You big handsome cat. Yeah, that's a big handsome boy. I love you, Gum Gum. You're good, sweetie. Yeah, you're good. You're very good.
to get better off the cuff, because up until that moment, I had always scripted my content. I was writing it, and then I would actually take the writing on my videos and turn it into a Huffington Post article. So I would just like reformat my scripts into an actual article, and that was fine. But I wasn't very good off the cuff. So I thought to myself, if I can play video game and talk about politics at the same time and be able to entertain people, maybe 30 at a time, maybe 300 at a time if I'm lucky, then I can get a lot better at public speaking and speaking off the cuff. And as you guys might have figured out by now, I never shut the fuck up. So I guess it worked. I guess it worked.
And you mentioned progressive values and that being something that's important to you. What are progressive values, would you say?
I think progressive values, for me at least, are founded around empathy first and foremost, to try and uplift everyone's material conditions to the best of our ability, and focusing on protecting those who need protection, and simultaneously.
He says this when he tortures his dog all day.
Simultaneously advancing a cause of the way I think about it, advancing the cause of unlocking the potential of every single person, no matter where they are. Because right now, there are probably billions of brilliant people that never actually get the opportunity to unlock their true potential because of where they're born. Like, they might be born in Sudan, in a village that is being overtaken by the RSF. They might be born in India to an impoverished neighborhood and are not going to have the access to education.
Yeah, I got to make a
and therefore be able to truly revolutionize whatever sector they might be interested in revolutionizing. And I think that's what I want to do.
And what do you think is the way to, because I think that's probably something the left and right actually agree on in my experience, you know, the center left, the center right, they're kind of moderate. But I suppose the disagreement probably is about what you think is the way by which that happens. So the right might say, well, the answer to that is capitalism, right? I imagine you don't agree. So how do you think those things get, those people who don't currently have opportunity both in this country, in other Western countries, but around the world, what's the mechanism by which they get those opportunities?
I think creating a robust base of support, like a minimum social safety net for all, is the way to do it. And there are many different ways of achieving that result. I don't think capitalism has been able to do that. What I mean by that is capitalism still revolves around the inherent contradiction of at its most reductive way to put it, someone's got to clean the toilet. And in an effort to make sure that there is always going to be people that are wage laborers, there is this dynamic where we can't advance humanity too much. This plays itself out in the international scale in unequal exchange, where if we were to allow a lot of the third world to develop to a certain degree, then things would be far too costly.
Yeah, Hasan Piker's on TRT. So he is technically on steroids.
We wouldn't get the cheap materials and the cheap natural resources that we need to extract so that we can have an iPhone for the reasonable price of $500, or I mean, even that's increasing now. I personally think that if we were to do that, by stopping our endless and needless and cruel militarism in the global South, and allow these places to develop, extend an open hand to them, that we would allow society to flourish in ways that we previously have not foreseen.
I guess
this is like he doesn't know anything about anything. Extend our hand to them. Yeah, fascists, dictators, warlords. Okay, yeah.
Your point about cleaning toilets is interesting because something we've addressed a lot on this trip with guests right, left, center, etc., is the incredible wealth inequality and the speed at which the gap is, that's growing. There's a big problem. People on the right don't want to admit it, and it's true. But on the other hand, someone is always going to have to clean the toilets, right? Like, we have a pretty big safety net in the UK, and what that's mainly done is trapped a lot of people in a place where they don't have to work, and they therefore don't. And also, you talk about, important people from other countries to work for less. Kind of the consequence of that is it suppresses wages for the people in the country as well. So who would clean the toilets if we...
So, great question. Let me address the wage depression aspect of this, because this is the one area where sometimes I hear Tucker Carlson talk about it, and there's like some nuggets of truth in there. Because yes, importing labor into the country will always depress wages in the absence of good regulation. And good regulation in that format would be demanding wage parity, and also not creating any other...
What does wage parity have? What?
External factors that actually cause you to have a more servile labor force. What I mean by this is, I want to use the example of H-1B visas. The reason why H-1B visa system exists on paper is because there are certain highly skilled positions that, as it stands, our American companies are unable to fulfill. They're not able to fill those roles with the domestic labor force, right? That's the on.
What are your thoughts on this video?
I know I've already made 2 videos on this, but I think the retro...
Friendly Jordies is a white guilt cuck retard who always tries to defend Muslims and promotes this Islamophobia idea. He's also an anti-Semite, like a really, really rabid anti-Semite, and he's promoting this bullshit about the Israeli genocide, so he's a fucking idiot. His commentary that came out when the shooting just happened was also fucking stupid. He was like, oh, well, look what this has done. It's only validated the claim that Israel should exist. Like... So like this guy is claiming the state of Israel should not exist. Outright says it. I don't know how he could figure that, because, like, again, even if you don't like the idea of Jews legally immigrating there and buying land and creating the state of Israel, all legally, in the early 20th century, well, what would be in its place? You'd have a fucking Islamic caliphate. So, is that preferable? Would he rather see more gay people get thrown off of fucking rooftops? So, like, the guy's a rabid fucking anti-Semite. And after a fucking shooting occurs where, 15 people have been fucking killed at this point? Where they were targeting Jews at a fucking Hanukkah festival. Oh, well, now the Jews can fucking make that stupid argument that Israel should exist. Like, you figure maybe they have a point considering people are out to kill them? Like
coming from...
So this guy's, this guy is, like, this fucking close to being a full-fledged Nazi.
Certain politicians and practically all the media in wake of the Bondi terror attack has been perhaps some of the most dangerous and irresponsible political kabuki theatre I have seen in Australia for a long time. We've basically seen the entire Liberal Party come out and pretend that Albanese is somehow to blame for the attacks, with no evidence, or really arguments apart from the morning show body language expert style analysis that I think should go down as part of John Howard's legacy. John Howard's vocal coaching sessions. That's really all their criticism came down to with Albanese. You got to feel your words, Albo. And now, in order to appease different segments of the Australian community, politicians and the media are now conflating the massive pro-Palestine protests that we've seen over the past year with ISIS-inspired terror attacks.
By the way, in Australia, they were literally chanting death to the Jews. One of the pro-Palestine protests literally had them chanting death to the Jews. Weren't they saying like
Bondi. I think
weren't they chanting gas the Jews or something in Australia? Where was it?
Let's cross to our international editor. Always a delight to speak to her. Isabel Oakeshott, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Here in the UK, we keep...
Oh, this is even after the Bondi attack. They're chanting gas the Jews. Yeah, here we are. Anti-Israel protesters shout gas the Jews outside Sydney Opera House. Oh, and look! Isn't that weird? If you look at the ethnic makeup of the crowd, I'm noticing a lot of shades of brown in here, and a lot of fucking bearded men. I wonder who they could be. Dude, you know what? It would be so perfect if the Bondi terror suspects were actually in this crowd. That would just be perfect.
To celebrate.
So let's see. Do they show the...
Well, I think that there's nothing...
Oh, were they too cucked to even show it in this clip? They were literally shouting gas the Jews in front of the opera house. And look at the ethnic makeup of this crowd. A lot of shades of brown. And then here's Friendly Jordy saying, how silly is it that these pro-Palestine protests might have inspired the shooting? When these pro-Palestine protests are literally chanting gas the Jews. Yeah. Silly, right.
I'm glad we agree on Friendly Jordies. I feel like his criticism on the Liberal Party is correct, but his stance on foreign politics is retarded. And yeah, they were shouting gas the Jews.
He's a white guilt retarded cuck. The only thing he's really good at is exposing corruption, especially within the Liberal Party. Like, that's the only good thing he does politically. Everything else, he has the stupidest, most dumb fuck brain rot takes on literally everything. Just absolute fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
Oh, and let's not forget that the actual shoot of the sun was at last one of the pro-Gaza Strip rallies, and by the way, we should be calling them Gaza Strip protests because Palestine is not a real place.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, but it's a joke. Just white guilt bullshit.
Tash Peterson has blood on her hands for promoting that pro-Gaza garbage. I wonder if she's said anything in solidarity with the Jews that were massacred. Why don't you check her Instagram now and her BF?
I can guarantee you she hasn't posted fucking anything about it. I think I would have seen it. Yeah, well, I called her out. Like, it happened on stream. I even challenged her and Jack to a debate, and they, like, kept making excuses not to do it. Then Jack said he was going to come on, then he, like, second-guessed himself and said, actually, no, I'm not going to do it. Then he said he could do it later, then he never got back to me. It was a fucking joke. They were both spreading pro-Palestine propaganda, and they shared an AI video of people in Gaza. It was clearly faked. They both tried to say that I was wrong and that it wasn't faked. And then the next morning, they took the fucking post down and admitted it was probably faked. But yeah, I can guarantee you they didn't post about any of that shit. Doesn't look like there's anything on our stories. Is that it? Jack Higgs 269? I don't know if my Instagram isn't working, but I can't click on their story. So, yeah, they'll spread an AI fucking video, but they won't like actually say anything about a massacre against Jews. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
I think I saw Dr. Avi in the crowd.
That would be impossible. Thanks for the donation, dude. Grey Knight Donate Tellers just reminded me, thought you would love this. It is sensitive, so maybe open it off screen just in case.
Bamboo Club. Bamboo Club.
Why did you say open this off screen? Is this AI? This looks like it's AI. Yeah, this looks AI. I don't know if that's real or not. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Freeze $22 law.
I mean, everyone in that with a gaunt face.
This is hilarious.
I mean, everyone in that video, including the mayor, has dark bags under their eyes with a gaunt face. You know.
This is coming from fucking Frank. Dude, you have these insane dark circles under your eyes. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Jesus Christ, almighty.
Okay. Thanks for the donation.
Sharks eating sharks is how I see it. Israel and the US funded and support.
Really, this should be a time for everyone to shut up and reflect, but there are forces at play using this tragedy to warp reality in order to move policy outcomes that would be more corrosive to social cohesion than just doing nothing, and I think that needs to be addressed with some degree of realism. Premier Chris Minns said in regard to the Palestine Harbour Bridge protests and the Bondi shooting, quote, "The truth of the matter is we can't risk another mass demonstration on that scale in New South Wales. The implications can be seen, in my view, on Sunday." Put aside whatever your views on that protest are, but probably note it was happening when Israel was inducing.
These are all fake. All these kids are asked to scream and cry and make it look like they're desperate. Like, guess what? If you're starving, you don't have enough energy to whine and cry for no reason. Like, that just doesn't happen. So if you have no calorie, like if anybody's ever dieted or fasted for a few days, do you think you're going to be going, I need food? Like, no, you don't have any energy. Like, this is all just bullshit. Like, by the way, this kid looks normal. Wait, does he look like he's starving? Like, it's so fucking stupid. Oh my god, and BBC.
Whoops, I don't know how I got that link. This is the one I meant to send you.
Okay, it's a chick with muscles. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Famine in Gaza. It is just not right to equate 100,000 to 300,000 of your constituents with murderous Salafist terrorists. I mean, even if astonishingly everyone in that protest turned out to be pro-Hamas. Hamas hates ISIS. Even on that extreme juncture, you're still running up against an incompatible reality.
What? Wait, let me... did he say the stupidest thing imaginable?
But probably note it was happening when Israel was inducing famine in Gaza. It is just not right to...
They did not induce a famine.
...to equate 100,000 to 300,000 of your constituents with murderous Salafist terrorists. I mean, even if astonishingly everyone in that protest turned out to be pro-Hamas. Hamas hates ISIS. Even on that extreme juncture, you're still running up against an...
This is about hating Jews. This has nothing to do with them supporting Hamas. This is about them hating Jews. ISIS hates Jews, Hamas hates Jews, the Iranian regime hates Jews, Hezbollah hates Jews, Houthis hate Jews. They all hate Jews. That's why they gunned down the Jews at the fucking Hanukkah festival. What the fuck does this have to do with allegiance to one terror group or another? This guy is totally fucking brain broken. Like, he's actually a moronic fuckwit.
You see this retard yet?
This accused Walmart shoplifter is being escorted to the back of the superstore. So far, it's pretty routine. The suspect is sitting on the bench with his female companion, who was also accused of shoplifting. He just sits there as a store manager and a local cop assess the situation in Canton, Ohio. Suddenly, the suspected shoplifter makes a move. He grabs something. It's a gun. The Walmart manager wrestles the weapon out of his hands as the police officer joins to take control of the situation. The suspect has been identified.
So, was that a toy gun? Or is he just a retard who somehow fucked up shooting somebody?
As 21-year-old Shane Newman, and he already had an active warrant out for his arrest. Police say Newman's gun jammed, but the suspect's family says the...
That's a really weird... That's bizarre that it would jam like that. Well, it's not necessarily a jam, right? It's just it's a dud.
The attempted shooting might have actually been an attempt at suicide by cop. Listen to what he says as cops place him under arrest. Gary and Tammy DeLong are the suspect's grandparents.
Do you guys realize, if you look farther into that tape, how close the police came to shooting him?
Yes.
Yes, we do, sir. And thank God that didn't happen. It just breaks my heart because Shane is not a person that would hurt anybody except for himself.
Walmart is now praising the hero employee. We're proud of the brave action our asset protection associate took to maintain the safety of everyone in our store.
You think Walmart's going to give him a raise? No, they're probably going to give him a gift basket with some shitty Great Value chocolates in it. Well, yeah. Criminals tend to be dumb. Thanks for the donation, Omniu.
Officially,
I don't care.
Incompatible reality. I think that comment is particularly irresponsible because among those 100,000 to 300,000 protesters was Bob Carr, New South Wales' longest-serving Premier, Australia's former Foreign Minister, and one of Minns' self-described political inspirations. Also in that crowd was Ed Husick, who up until months ago was a federal government frontbencher, Tony Sheldon, a federal senator.
Oh, so they're anti-Semites too. Okay. So he's basically saying, how could they be anti-Semites if people in the government are there? Okay.
Multiple federal and state...
How could Hitler have been an anti-Semite? He was the leader of Germany.
Government MPs, including a minister in Minns' own government. Even months ago, Minns had the class to say this about Carr.
Now, his comments don't go as far as those neo-Nazi comments, but...
Well, I mean, I think that's the point. They don't. And I don't agree with those comments, but I think it's not fair to him or a public presentation of people's view to suggest that they're in the same ballpark. They're not. I mean, there's a big difference between a Nazi rally and a political critique, even one that I don't.
It's not a political critique. There's...
I think I saw Paul Saladstein in the crowd.
It's not a political critique. These people all hate Jews. We all know what it is. These are literal Nazi rallies.
I agree with, and I should say that I don't agree with it.
Furthermore, it's just such an absurd idea that a rally organised by Trotskyists...
Dodo $92, when will Soul Child understand that we don't let him spread anti-Semitic propaganda here? Like, I'm fed up. I'm just skipping his donos. Don't give a fuck what he has to say. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Would serve as inspiration for Salafists. It really shouldn't need refuting. Are we really expected to believe that Islamic terrorists are taking cues from the true resistance over at the socialist alternative?
I like this whole thesis of the video is fucking retarded. All of these groups just hate Jews. This is what this is about. None of this has to do with any kind of political cohesion between Islamic extremists and any other fucking political group and any other Islamic extremists.
Like, I know it's been barely a week after the attack and everyone's still bewildered, but I think everyone needs to calm down and slow down. This equivalence game needs to stop. And I'm not even saying this from some, like, woke perspective. It works the other way around, because scapegoating the largely secular Palestine protest...
Largely secular, you can look at the demographic of the people in the crowd. Secondly, like, the amount of fucking Jewish business owners that have been talked about, that have either shut down their business or have openly said they're being harassed constantly. People are vandalizing their fucking businesses. There was the Jewish bakery in Australia that shut down, saying they had to because they were getting broken into, like their glass was getting broken all the time. There were fucking protests outside their fucking bakery when all they're doing is selling fucking bagels. Like, Jewish communities are getting fucking harassed constantly. Then you have the shooting. And then here's Friendly Jordies. These people are secular and they don't hate Jews. All they hate is Israel. It has nothing to do with Judaism. It's all, it's the same gaslighting tactics that Ethan Klein had to deal with. All of these people are trying to gaslight you into thinking, this has nothing to do with Jews. What are you, crazy? Oh, you're seeing connections here that don't exist. It's like, you're just nuts. Like, you're just, like, fucking delusional. And then, again, they cover for terrorists. They cover for anti-Semites. They lie, obfuscate all the time. It's the same shit that, like, Denims and everyone was doing to fucking Ethan. These people are, like, the biggest fucking scumbags.
Test for this atrocity allows them to ignore what might be more politically uncomfortable to address, and that is religious extremism. On the fringes, there are violent racial and religious...
I think I saw Rockman Verhoeven in the crowd.
Religious supremacists in diaspora communities in Australia. There are problems in the Sunni Islamic and Zionist Jewish communities, although...
Zionist Jewish communities. There's problems with extremism in the Zionist Jewish communities. So when was the last mass shooting or terror attack committed by Zionists? Friendly Jordies? Like, what a fucking bellend.
If you were to play this game, it would be wrong to suggest that the problems are parallel or equivalent. One community is far more dangerous here, and one is far more dangerous elsewhere in the world.
Wow. Are you fucking kidding me? He's claiming the state of Israel is a fucking terrorist regime, and there's, like, no basis for them to be attacking Hamas. Like, fuck this guy. Again, this dude is a fucking anti-Semite. He hates fucking Jews. He wants to eradicate Jews. He's glad that the shooting happened and a bunch of Jews were fucking shot. This is all a game he's playing to just promote more anti-Semitism.
And pretending otherwise is only deepening massive flaws in our...
$2. Interesting.
Against Donald Trump. So, let's take a look at this next clip, and then I'll give you more information.
They show a man who started out as a radical Trump supporter, whose views on the president transformed, changed completely during COVID. The FBI lied about that fact and pretended that Crooks...
Nobody said that.
...was a right-winger. At 11:35 p.m. on July 19th, 2019, in response to an MSNBC video, Crooks wrote, quote, Ilhan Omar and others are invaders and should honestly be killed and their dead bodies sent back. At 1:17 a.m. on July 20th, 2019, Crooks commented on a CNN video. He said Donald Trump was the literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on MSN. The literal definition of patriotism. 7 hours later, he commented on an MSNBC video. He wrote, I hope a quick, painful death to all the deplorable immigrants and anti-Trump congresswomen who don't deserve anything this country has given them. That evening on a separate...
So this is back in 2019?
MSNBC video. He wrote, quote, "Every one of the Trump-hating Democrats deserve to have their heads chopped off and put on stakes for the world to see what happens when you America." These sorts of comments continued for months and became increasingly violent.
And they did become increasingly violent. He also posted a comment on YouTube, racist, but I hope Trump has these people murdered. We have guns.
He did, in fact, plan to assassinate a Democrat, but Trump happened to be closer to him. So have they ever, like, actually narrowed down a motive for the shooting?
Guns and lots of Americans with AR-15s will make quick work of any, like we would. And we wouldn't be going to the streets because he never.
So was there any, like, change where he started clearly not liking Trump?
They began to mock.
Actually, you know what? Let's go to the next. Carlson will kind of set it up, and then I'll give you other examples.
In early 2020, Crook seemed to change radically. On January 23rd of that year, he referred to, quote, Trump's.
You can see many people getting away with what Trump has done. Billionaires, longtime senators, governors, or really anybody related to powerful people or political parties. Sure, being president makes it even easier, but also keep in mind the only reason we know about this is because of Trump's stupidity. I mean, he's not really good at hiding things.
Stupidity, for quote, any.
The deep state is simply made up of anybody who disagrees with the right wing.
Anyone who disagrees with the right wing. Suddenly he sounded like an MSNBC commentator. In February of 2020, he called out Trump supporters as, quote, too brainwashed to realize how dumb you are. I mean, literally, you guys sound like a cult.
That is a weird, crazy about face. Like, literally within a span of months, Democrats should be murdered. Trump's awesome. Trump's an asshole. What a fucking retard. You're all fucking delusional. Like, oh my God.
At times. That same day, he called Trump and his supporters, quote, racist. It was an amazing transformation.
And later.
Okay, so he was kind of unhinged and crazy, and he bought into the Trump hysteria. And then when he realized Trump is a fucking asshole, he just hated Trump, and he was already violent. Okay. That's interesting. I haven't seen that. But, yeah. So he was already kind of a crazy, unhinged, violent retard. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Are you lean?
No. Animal Liberation donated $2. Let me see.
You don't want to connect the dots because the meaning scares you. I originally planned to make a video about the horrific case in Bangladesh. A Hindu accused of insulting the Prophet was bitten by a Muslim mob and then burnt alive. I wanted to focus on two things. First, the silence, the media's complete silence. Imagine for a moment what would happen if a video surfaced of an Israeli mob burning an Arab alive, filmed from every angle, dozens of people watching. The world would lose its mind. Breaking news, endless coverage.
It's all about hating Jews. It's all it's ever about.
Condemnations, investigation. But when it is just a Hindu, there is no headlines, no debate, no outrage. Apparently, Hindu lives are worth less. And second, this wasn't one person. It wasn't a lone terrorist. Dozens of Muslims stood around, participated, filmed, and celebrated. 7th century violence with smartphones. But then I realized the video shouldn't be about that specific case at all. It should be about something deeper, about the refusal to connect the dots. What happened in Bangladesh is connected to the attack in Sydney. It is connected to the heavy security around Christmas markets across Europe. Why is that security there? Because a Japanese tourist might run people over? It is connected to France canceling New Year's celebration because of security threats. Interesting threats. From which side? It is connected to the ongoing massacres of Christians in Nigeria and Sudan. It is connected to October 7th. It is connected to the repression in Iran. All of those dots are connected. Gaza, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Christmas markets in Europe, they all lead to the same place: Islamization, systematic violence against non-Muslims, the persecution of Hindus, the persecution of Christians, the persecution of Jews, again and again, carried out by Muslims. Ignoring the problem won't make it disappear. It would only make it worse.
Islamophobia, diversity is our strength. Yeah, it's just white guilt bullshit, dude. As soon as these people experience it themselves, their tune's gonna change completely. It always happens. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Ghost $22, do these guys just have rich parents or what?
Year-old millionaire who has too many cars, so they don't fit
Yes. You're not going to be a millionaire at 22.
in his house. Let's go. First, we got to open up.
The only chance this person could legitimately be a millionaire is if they just got really lucky with crypto, but even then, they seem a little too young even for that.
The hydraulic garage door to get out the Brabus. It's kind of slow. It's a little annoying. Now we drive the G-Wagon to the GTA 5 garage to swap it out for another car. Let's go.
So, this seems fake. I don't know what he's doing here, but this is like entirely fake. Thanks for the donation, Ghost.
Our police and intelligence agencies' capabilities in addressing the real source of the problem, flaws that are only exacerbated by the expedient conflation of secular protests with Islamic extremism. The AFR reported a few days ago a former security official speaking on the condition of anonymity said after October 7, ASIO had to use its limited resources to bolster tracking individuals linked with pro-Palestinian organisations, which operate through separate networks to IS sympathisers. Now again, I don't want to take the heat off of ASIO. They are in no position to cry poor and pretend that they can't chew gum and walk, but the fact remains, they're wasting an inordinate amount of resources on the wrong targets.
First of all, these pro-Palestine protesters, a lot of them, at the very least, harass Jews and Jewish businesses. Secondly, like, there may be an actual reason that they're doing this. Like, maybe they know something you don't. Like, they might have found out that these people were, in fact, linked with the pro-Palestine protesters. And that's why they're doing this. So, does he have any evidence that they weren't, in fact, in any way linked with any of these pro-Palestine protests? Like, Jordy's is just a fucking idiot. JP donated $2. Want to learn more about the Israel-Palestine conflict? Do you have any book or video recommendations? Watch Traveling Israel. I'm thinking about reading this one, wondering if you think it's good. Is this going to be some stupid fucking waste of time? Israel, Simple Guide to a Misunderstood Something. I have no idea. I've never read it. Thanks for the donation, dude.
At worst, pro-Palestine organisers are insufferable and cringy. At worst, IS sympathisers are mass murderers. Leave the rhetorical excesses of the pro-Palestine movement for Sky News to deal with. That is well within their writ. It should not be in ASIO's. If they are to look into the Harbour Bridge protesters, maybe focus on the psychos going with the ISIS flags. But again, that's potentially a more difficult case to make.
So he's admitting... that ISIS and other terror sympathizers are mixed in with these pro-Palestine groups. After he just said they're not.
But again, that's potentially a more difficult case to make since ISIS flags weren't banned by New South Wales. The New South Wales government banned swastikas but didn't ban the ISIS flag and is only now proposing it. Credit to Albanese, whose federal government banned both, even after pushback from the Sunni Australian National Imams Council, because apparently the ISIS symbol could have other connotations and it's too risky to ban. Because that's not...
Yeah, that's a lie.
I think all content creators would do well to attack, in particular, the character of Muhammad. Muslims leaning about the realities of Muhammad is consistently shown on anonymous polls to shake their faith the most. He's the pattern of conduct.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Utopia.
Not at all applicable to swastikas. And that being said, I don't even see the merits in banning any speech that isn't inciting violence. I don't think it will do anything to prevent these attacks. You know what would stop it? Crackdowns. It would help if
So would Geordies have been against the denazification of Germany, where they removed all Nazi symbolism and shit like that?
Maybe the West should stop bombing their homes across the Middle East then. Dare creating the
That's
terrorists.
right. Nobody cares what you have to say. The idea that allowing for this kind of political climate not mattering, yeah, just let people chant death to the Jews. That's not going to lead to anything, right? Like, this guy is a fucking clown. Like, literal fucking clown. So he has no problem with people chanting death to Jews.
anti-terror units actually did their jobs that they are well and truly resourced to do and crack down on extremist groups. It just seems so crazy to me to slam uni
Crack down on extremist groups, but then he's defending the pro-Palestine protests.
Students protesting and ignore terror hotbeds like the Al Medina Dawah Center, the Islamic center in Bankstown where Naveed Akram was allegedly radicalized. Now apparently they're saying it was kept open as a potential honeypot scheme, as an easy way to police to catch kids radicalizing. Well, clearly it didn't work. In any case, I don't think it's worth wasting more of our policing resources monitoring protesters and treating them as a threat. I mean, yeah, they vandalize and swear, but extremism is not on the same level. It has repeatedly been shown to be violent. Just last year, you had an Islamic extremist stab Christian Bishop Mari Emanuel on a live stream in Western Sydney, and this bishop is critical of Israel. That one
Islamophobia isn't a real thing because Muslims are scum and most of them hate people that aren't Muslim. I would rub my pet pig Georgie's shit all over their food.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Should show how self-evidently incorrect it is to conflate criticism of Israel with Islamic extremism. You need universal policies during a crisis of Australian multiculturalism, and to be sure, the overwhelming majority of people are peaceful. Everyone knows that. I don't need to waste everyone's time couching this with the lame "I'm not a racist" qualifiers. It just needs to be said that symbolic gestures or rhetoric aimed at appeasing small groups doesn't do anything to address the fundamental issues that caused the attacks in the first place, that quite evidently are confusing our priorities. And the priority should be to protect Australian lives. I'd like to reiterate that in the aftermath of this, it did reveal something about Australian culture broadly, which generally, while endearing, is that we are a fair weather country. We aren't a safe nation because there are serious rail guards. We're safe mostly because the public is well off and lazy, so generally there's no need to resort to anything heinous. But what happens when they do?
Yeah, so import fucking Muslims from third world countries. What could go wrong?
Well, our institutions are made up of that same lazy and laconic public. When something actually does happen, you can see that their immediate reaction is to continue to do nothing. Or worse, attack the easy politically expedient targets to rationalise why they did nothing in the hope that they can continue to do nothing. And I get that instinct. I am also Australian. Unfortunately, if you're the Federal Police or a terror squad, you don't get that same luxury. If you'd like it, quit and become a security guard. You're not going to go after actual terrorism. Do that instead. I'd rather there be no federal police force than a...
I can't tell if his eyes don't line up quite right, or if it's just the angle with the teleprompter he's reading off of. He's actually really bad at reading off of a teleprompter.
Fake one. Finally, I want to make this very clear. Lumping in criticism of Israel with actual terrorism is PR. That's it. It is of no benefit to the Australian public whatsoever. It is just wasted public resources in order to mar favour from a vile press that is not remotely interested in the Australian public. They are interested in clumsily slotting this tragedy into an oceanic wing of pro-Israel propaganda. And as a...
Yeah, right. Sure.
Final suggestion, get off social media, everyone. It's worse.
Yeah, please. Yeah, at least don't watch Friendly Jordies. This guy's a fucking idiot.
Paper.
Like, the one fair point he made is like, yeah, keep an eye on the Islamic centers, but like, I mean, everything else he said is fucking stupid.
In practice, of course, it creates a more pliable labor force that you're
Did you see Rockman for Oven in the crowd?
bringing in, oftentimes from highly skilled countries that are still desperate, even if there is higher wages on average on the H-1B visa program, because if you lose your job, you get deported. Nobody wants to get deported, so they will do everything in their power to stay and work as hard as they physically possibly can. So this creates an environment where I think our bosses, our capital owners in America, are like, why would I get an American worker who is in comparison to an Indian worker that's coming into the country that is desperate to keep this job? Why would I hire the American worker? I can pay the same fee to the Indian worker, or even a higher fee, as a matter of fact, to the Indian worker, because I know that he is going to work harder than the American labor force. So there is this competition. The way to solve that competition is through regulation. If the workers that were coming in from poorer countries were coming in with the knowledge that they are not going to be immediately deported, for example, and they have wage parity with the domestic labor force, this would actually make American companies think twice before hiring someone just as a replacement for the American worker, because they wouldn't get any additional benefit.
He does not understand it's impossible to regulate. Okay, so what he's talking about, wage parity, it's basically impossible to regulate something like that. Okay, so let's say you have an influx of immigrants, they want jobs. Let's say it's a lot of, I don't know, menial labor jobs, like working at an Amazon warehouse or something. Or working at a shipyard, crap like that. If there is more labor available, that is going to reduce the cost of labor, just because it's an abundant resource. So if there's a lot of people fighting for the same job, they're going to be willing to work for that job for lower wages. There's no way to regulate that. Unless you're just going to massively increase the minimum wage or something, which isn't really feasible. So that's not something that you can fucking regulate away. And on top of that, what is being price paritied? So if somebody is going to have parity with if you have a price parity with somebody who's been working that job for 20 years and they've had their wages have been raised several times and this and that, well, that could to some extent solve the issue. But if you're talking about somebody who has no seniority, totally new to the job, brand new worker, well, what if you're going to give them parity with the same worker who's just who's not foreign, they're a domestic laborer, you still have the same problem. You're going to be able to get the Indian to work for fucking cheaper than the guy who's been working there for 20 fucking years, because he's going to end up demanding raises. So just fire the guy who's been working there for 20 years, hire the Indian. Grey Knight Johnny Tyler's okay, try Googling Bangladesh. Yeah, we've already looked at the thing. He was Hindu, we already talked about it. He was beaten to death, hanged by a tree, set on fire. Yeah, I already know about that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Benefits as a boss. They wouldn't get the additional benefit of I'm going to work you to the bone, right? Because I know if I fire you, you're gone. You're gone out of the...
Did you
in 1988-89, there were all kinds of demonstrations in the Eastern Bloc, the Soviet Union. In the Soviet Union, they're for political freedoms. In the Eastern Bloc, they're for freedom from the Soviet Union. And very uncharacteristically, the Russians didn't send tanks. In fact, Gorbachev welcomed and encouraged reforms in the Eastern Bloc, both political and economic, just as he was doing in the Soviet Union. This is about the 40th anniversary of the founding of East Germany, and 70,000 people demonstrated at Leipzig. And November 8th, the Politburo resigns. And then on the 9th, whatever's left of that government is issuing new travel regulations. And you might wonder what's travel got to do with it. In response to a question at a news conference, this guy, Gunter Schabowski, who was one of the remaining communists helping run the show, he gets asked a question, doesn't know the answer, and so he wings it. And the question is, when do these travel regulations go into effect? And he goes, immediately. Well, crowds immediately started gathering at the 6 gates to the Berlin Wall. And at one of them, the border guards decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and they opened the gate. And East Germany.
Yeah, we already saw that.
Around this time is when people are finally learning about what actually happened during the Stalinist period.
Oh, yeah.
So people are optimistic that, well, we can sort of have a changing of the guard and maybe things will improve. But at the same time, they're learning about how terrible their history actually was.
Oh, I think there was an understanding it was terrible, but I think there's this exuberance of thinking it's going to get much better. And then the disappointment is equally extreme. And then there was this feeling that, well, the West owes us because you're all really rich and you now owe us to fix everything. And the counterargument to that is, no, you are enormous migraine. You set back all of these countries across the globe back in time with this non-functioning communist model that you peddled around there, and now you want extra aid. The problem was, I think we wanted to do some of the aid, but they're not going to be receptive to it. I think that was another conclusion with the Bush administration, is that if we dumped a lot of money in, it would just go straight into corruption. You need a legal structure and in order to place money, and they just plain didn't have it. There's nowhere to put the money.
Mm-hmm. Around this.
Yeah, it was good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The country, and you want to be here. So that is a regulatory mechanism that we never implement in this country, because our capital owners actually enjoy the two-tiered labor structure that we have here.
And come back to the who cleans the toilets, even when there's a social welfare system.
I think that ultimately there's going to be people that fulfill these roles no matter what. And increasingly with automation and with AI, we're getting to a point where the route tasks are already being delegated to robots to begin with. So the way I see it is there's always going to be someone that is tasked with either overseeing it, if it's a robot doing it, or directly doing it. But since it's an important factor in the commodity production, because someone has to engage in sanitation, I think it's much more valuable to ensure that they have a sense of autonomy and that those positions are hired.
Do you miss Rockman?
And have enough. They have enough replacement labor force so that they do less hours in general and still get a decent amount of pay, and so that they can still feel human and have some sense of autonomy in the labor force, where they can do that job and still make an honest living and be able to feed their family, and also have some free time on the side to pursue whatever hobbies they want to pursue.
So the way to achieve that would be like what, a really high minimum wage, or like what's the way to get there? Like, 'cause I agree with the idea that people who are working every kind of job should have free time and make a good living. The question is, how do you do that? Because in a market economy, what you are paid is a function of what you produce, right?
Yeah. Well, I think in a market economy, what you are paid should be what you produce. I don't think that that's how it works in the market economy. I think in the market economy, your replaceability is what determines your wages, especially if you are replaceable by a non-domestic labor force, for example. That depresses your wages even further on the domestic front for the citizen labor force. So I think you're right, though. In the market economy, your output should be the determining factor. That's actually a socialist position, ironically enough. Not all socialists are against the market, and I would say that the output is the most consequential factor in that regard. I agree.
Haven't people debated Hasan on this, where he has absolutely no way of determining what the actual productivity of a worker is, and the free market has a better way of actually distributing wealth than you could ever have in any kind of planned economy?
What that means, however, is that if the company is actually, for example, increasing its output and therefore generating more revenue overall, then everyone down to the most replaceable aspect of labor, which would be sanitation in this regard, should still get paid a just wage, like fair compensation. Minimum wages is one way of doing it as a Band-Aid solution. I mean, but there are Nordic countries, for example, where there is no minimum wage, because the minimum wage would ironically be a depressing factor on the overall average wages that people get. How have they achieved this, though? They've achieved this through sectoral bargaining. They've achieved this through robust unions and labor participation in these wage negotiations. And that is the reason why.
They all have workers' unions. What does that have to do with fucking socialism?
right? They don't need to have a minimum wage. The minimum wage in and of itself is a big point of contention in the United States of America and a lot of other Western countries, only because our labor union participation in the United States is at less than 10% right now, which is unimaginably low. It's lower than countries that we have dominated, like Chile, where we rewrote their constitution basically and wanted to unleash a wave of neoliberalism, sometimes in the hands of a dictator like Pinochet. Even in that country, there's still 15% labor union participation. So it's still higher than the United States of America, which is crazy to me.
If you've been following the immigration debate, you'll know how different the headlines can look with workers with trigonometry. Hasan, I've got a lot of empathy for some of your positions, particularly when you talk about low-skilled labour. So for context, my mother is a Venezuelan immigrant to the UK. When she was in the UK, she was a childminder. There was no minimum wage. My mum, roughly, I remember earning £2.20 an hour. There were no pension rights. So thankfully, like, I helped my parents out. My dad helps my mum out, so she's not destitute. But that's what my mum's position would be if she didn't have me or my father. As somebody who is from Venezuela, I worry when people mention socialism because I've seen what's happened to my country. How would you assuage the fears of people like me or people who come from a Cuban background who've seen the socialist dream, as it were, descend into authoritarianism?
Well, first and foremost, I would say that all countries, to varying degrees, engage in authoritarianism in general. It's just something that it's a function of the government. It obviously has the capacity to get out of hand due to external factors in many instances, like combating much more powerful forces that want to cause instability in your country. It's not a justification for it, but it is analysis in terms of like why these guys engage in the actions that they do in terms of suppression of all dissent or even censorship and sometimes even jail time. And the example I always use is the United States of America, not only in the Cold War, but even preceding the Cold War during World War I and World War II, actually had a practice of jailing all conscientious objectors, for example, who said, I don't want to fight in this war. They were like, all right, well, this is a world war, sucks to suck, you're going to jail. One of the famous examples is Eugene Debs, a socialist who actually ran from prison and I think achieved like 1.3 million votes at the time, which was probably the most electoral success socialists had ever achieved. He was a conscientious objector of World War I, which was the international Marxist position at the time. There was some deviation there. So I see it in a similar vein when these countries also engage in authoritarian actions, suppressing dissent, censorship, or trying to manage this dynamic of trying to continue doing governance while at the same time they have to like make sure that they're avoiding American intervention or Western intervention in general. As far as the fears that people have, assuaging the fears that people have in terms of what they've seen in their countries, whether it be Venezuela or Cuba, I think each country is different. Each successful and unsuccessful revolution is different. And I think it's important to understand the lessons and the failures, as well as some of the areas of success that these countries have been able to implement. Avoid the failures and try to focus on the successes. And hopefully you'll be able to have a long-standing and relatively happy form of governance.
I mean, I take your point as to the conscientious objector, but you look at Venezuela, for example, and the reason I'm using it is because that's the example I know best.
Yeah.
You know, you've got rigged elections. You've got politicians who go up against Maduro. They're either thrown in jail, as in the case of Leopoldo Lopez, solitary confinement for 2 years, or you have, I think it's Corina Machado, who got nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize, but she is currently in hiding in her own country because she knows the moment that her whereabouts are known, she's going to get thrown into jail, may not be seen again.
Yeah. I'm not going to defend Maduro, but I would say that the logical through line, and it's important to understand the opposition's logical through line in this instance, is that these are forces that are very directly working with the United States of America that have tried to facilitate coups, even had an unsuccessful one all the way back in 2002 with Chavez, and in numerous other instances, openly talked about implementing coups under the first Trump administration, and is openly now waging war, or at least threatening to wage war with Venezuela right now, encircling the entire coastline of Venezuela with some of the most sophisticated weaponry known to man. In that regard, I think they see it as treason. I would go so far as say, in a similar scenario in the United States of America, I think, and this is not even a one-to-one dynamic because America is the most powerful nation on the planet, but China is getting up there, right? Let's see if China had, if in a hypothetical, if China had encircled the United States of America, and let's say in this hypothetical, I'm like very clearly someone who is going to China and talking to the CPC and saying like, we want Chinese intervention in this country because I hate Donald Trump, please. I think in that regard, America would probably treat me in the exact same way, if not in a worse way, ironically enough.
But would they throw you in jail for trying to run democratically? I don't think personally that they would.
Oh, they absolutely would, I think. You think the American government would not throw me in jail if I was in a comparable scenario where China had encircled the United States of America, and I was saying, I want to run democratically. I want to be, and I'm demanding that China intervene. I think they would do the same, if not worse.
What in the fuck does it have to do with anything? Like, okay, they jail someone who is an existential threat to the regime? What a surprise. Like, any other fucking country wouldn't fucking do that. Like, that was the whole fucking basis for the Ukrainian revolution. So, okay. Your point?
Worse, for sure. Because like I said, it's all a matter of the condition.
Aaron P. Donny Tillers, is this a better interview than Hasan's? Feels like a PR stunt. Well, do you remember this? Was this the best interview you did? I think Butterfield sucked because they ate meat in front of you. Yeah, they were just trying to get me to rage or freak out or something. It's fine. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
On the ground. With respect to Eugene Debs, as I was talking about before, America felt threatened even at that time.
You're talking about wartime, though.
Yeah.
This is not a fair comparison, in my opinion, because wartime is wartime. It's about survival. Britain suspended elections during wartime, right? Like
America didn't actually. They did. They even during the Civil War.
But Britain did.
Yeah, well, that was fucking different. They weren't getting fucking bombed.
America wasn't in war in the same way that Britain was.
That's why I said during the Civil War.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's fair. But again, it's different. I guess you said something interesting because, I was born in the Soviet Union, so we both have direct experience of socialism in various shapes and forms. You talked about, well, there's positives and there's negatives. So is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say that I am hypercritical of all forms of governance, including the American one. I think that's not a surprise to you guys.
He was going to say China's good.
Right? And in that same vein, I think like there is critiques to apply to all forms of governance, even socialist ones.
Yeah.
And as far as like getting closer to what I think has been relatively successful, because if ultimately the point of government is to improve the material conditions of all people to the best of your ability, it's not always going to be perfect, but when you are getting, I don't know, the poorest people, the poorest of the dispossessed masses out of a situation where
again, capitalism has been the best at that. Like the closest thing to a sensible argument that he could possibly make would maybe be Sweden or something. If he says China, I'm gonna be fucking dead.
They were servile to landed gentry, or they were peasants from an agrarian society, or they were dominated by the landlords, but then ultimately they were able to come into modernity and become like a powerhouse, an industrial powerhouse that is competitive with the largest superpower on the planet. I would say if that's the point of good governance, and I think you guys might agree with me on that, I would say China is probably...
I'm dead. Oh, wow. Okay, so he literally supports the Great Leap Forward. Low-end estimate, 40 million people getting fucking starved to death by Mao Zedong. Holy mother of a fuck, this guy is psychotic. Literally just said he supported the Great Leap Forward. My God. Like, you cannot get any more fucking insane. And he's like, I'm sure you guys can agree with me. Like, all the things that China did to go from an agrarian society to, an industrial powerhouse. Holy shit. You can't fucking believe it.
The closest. And there are still plenty of failures within the Chinese system as well. Plenty of issues within the Chinese system as well. But that's probably the closest I would
You don't say, like, totalitarian fascism?
Say to an example that we should follow and lessons that we should learn from. This is something that I talk about.
Okay. Let's take away everyone's freedom of speech. Let's take away basic human rights. If you say anything bad about the ruling political party, you get your organs stolen. Holy fuck, this guy is just mental. By the way, what's fucking bizarre is he's saying, he's talking about uplifting the bottom tier of society. China abuses their homeless like you cannot fucking believe. In Toronto, there are protests from, Chinese immigrants and refugees that have come over here protesting the Chinese organ harvesting. They literally round up homeless people and fucking kill them and steal their organs. Or, if they're being generous, they'll literally get the police to shoot at them and run them out of town and make them, like, hide in the fucking woods. Like, it's crazy what this guy is fucking saying.
Quite a bit. Ironically enough, we only utilized some of the most repressive elements of Chinese governance here in the United States of America, especially in the second Trump administration, and none of the good stuff. We don't have any high-speed rail. We don't have any even development. There is seemingly nothing to look forward to in America in terms of economic prosperity, in terms of overall health of society, in terms of scientific achievements. And I think a lot of younger people also feel the same way, where they feel like there's nothing to look forward to here. And
tell that to young people in China. What do they call it? They have a term, I think it's like laying down in China. Chinese youths, they have no fucking prospects of a good future. So they know for a fact if they get a good education, that education will be fucking worthless. If they get a good paying job, if they're lucky enough, it'll probably go away because the CCP will just destroy that fucking business anyway and just burn it to the fucking ground. Their economy is fucking collapsing. Money's going away. They're probably never going to be able to own property or property that's worth a shit. So they're literally, it's called laying down. There's this massive movement of young people who are just staying at home with their parents and working odd jobs, sort of like gig work. So, you know, the equivalent of just taking a few like Uber rides, you know, making money that way and contributing a little bit to the household and just staying at home with their parents and just helping them pay for the bills and just waiting for their parents to die. And then they'll just keep doing that like small, shitty gig work to just pay for the bills, you know, whatever the bills are for the house that they ended up inheriting. That's the Chinese dream right now because no one's getting fucking paid. If you get an entry-level position, you're not going to get paid. They're going to force you to work hours and hours and hours, and then they'll never pay you for months because these businesses are all going bankrupt. So kids literally aren't working. Yeah, no, it's not the Falun Gong. That's a different thing. But yeah, like it's like literally everything this guy says is just the opposite of the fucking truth. He is so full of shit.
And I'll give you guys an example from the UK. I remember seeing this TikTok of this guy that goes around and is like asking young British people, would they serve in the British military? And I am not even remotely nationalistic by any measure. I don't care about those sorts of things. But I think it's important to understand, like, it's a good way to see the temperature of society. And a lot of the young British people were like,
no, it's not. If you ask a bunch of random people, would you join the British military when there's no, like, reason for them to? Like, there's no civic duty. It's not like they're at war with a country and there's like some existential threat like World War II. And they have better job prospects. What the fuck do you expect them to say? Like, would you serve in the Chinese military, Hasan? Obviously not. Like, this is just so stupid.
No. Why would I fight for England? Why would I fight for the UK when it seems like my government...
Why do these SJWs like Hasan hate America?
Because they're fascists. They're just fucktards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Government's not even fighting for me at all. And
see, the reason that a lot of them will say that, though, is it's not so much about that we're not like China in terms of building high-speed rail, although that is a big issue in the UK.
Yes.
I agree with you. The main reason is they feel like they've been let down by mass immigration that's eroding the values of their country. And of course, you know, this is where I think people on the right are very blind to this issue that we already raised, which is wealth inequality and opportunity. Right?
I'm sure there are some people who feel...
Well, you know, by the way, when he mentions things like, why don't they build high-speed rail? There's such a complicated list of issues with building new rail networks like that. Like, where are you going to put the rail stations? Who's going to use them? Who needs to travel really long distances really fucking quickly we basically have a whole infrastructure set up for car transportation. So who's like it's just a weird thing to just say, oh, we need high speed rail when we already have a robust infrastructure made up for, you know, getting around with a car. So you're supposed to buy a car so that you can drive to the train station, so that you can take the rail, and then what do you do next? Call an Uber? So not only do you need the rail, the high-speed rail, you also need all of the other fucking public transportation infrastructure set up for the rail to make sense. So why would you build the rail that no one's going to fucking use? Because now you have to fucking drive to the fucking train station to get to the train station to use the train, and now you're fucked because you don't have a car, and that train station doesn't stop close enough to wherever the fuck you need to go, whether it be work or family or, like, you know, recreation, whatever. So it's not just a simple matter of building up, you know, the fucking rail. You also have to build up all the other public transportation infrastructure along with it, which is another fucking headache. How are you going to fund it? Where is that tax money going to come from? Are you going to raise property taxes more? That's usually where the shit gets money from. How many people are actually going to fucking use it? Where are you going to build the stations? Who's going to pay for the upkeep? Like, China, everyone's fucking broke, so they need a public transportation infrastructure anyway, and they never focused on building up, you know, their car infrastructure like America has, because, like, nobody could afford a fucking car because everyone's a broke-ass retard.
Feel that way, of course, but...
And the government can just steal money from all the other provinces, too, and then... So, like, it's just silly.
This first time. Hold on, let me just finish the point. Like, stereotypically speaking, is it left of center people or right of center people that are going to go?
Are these chfs like Hasan seriously going to try to defund homophobic shitholes like Jamaica where citizens there look for gay people to kill?
I don't remember him mentioning Jamaica. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Go and fight for their country. Typically, it's going to be right of center people because of the mindset that they have, right?
I think when push comes to shove, everybody fights for their country because that's why you have to have a draft.
In a war, but what we're talking about in this situation is, will you go and serve in the armed forces? That is going to be a more right-leaning perspective.
You're asking people whether or not they're going to serve in the armed forces for basically no fucking reason.
And those people, we probably, fair to say, know the UK pretty well. Those people are concerned about the national identity of their country. It's like, why would I fight for a country that doesn't feel like my country is the issue for them.
This is where the big point of division comes for someone like myself. You're Venezuelan originally, your family came from Venezuela, your family came from the USSR. You guys are the most British people I've ever encountered.
I have a very British face,
yes.
You're correct.
Yeah, exactly. You're British to the bone.
Yeah.
And yet your families also came from countries that were somewhat far away from England, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. My whole family lives in Turkey still, with some exceptions. And I would say I'm pretty assimilated to American culture. I grew up being fascinated by American culture. I grew up consuming American pop culture, as do many people all around the world. And what I always find interesting is when people focus on the newcomers to say that this is actually destroying the social fabric or social cohesion, not realizing that there are a ton of polls conducted on this stuff. I can just speak for America, especially, where by the second generation, assimilation is almost complete. And by the third one, it's like virtually impossible to distinguish in terms of performance, educational output, and job performance in general. It's just like everyone becomes American.
That's not true in the UK, though, unfortunately. So if you look at, for example, Islamist radicalization, second and third generation Muslims are much more radical than first generation.
Yeah.
So we're not, that's the issue that a lot of people in Britain are concerned about, is not everyone's assimilating the way that the three of us have done.
So here's the interesting point about that. Well, two things I want to address. First, like I said, people assimilate. And they become a part of the normal forces of society. They become a part of the culture, or they bring some aspect of their culture into British culture. You know, they change the cuisine, and people seemingly enjoy it, even if they also simultaneously go attend an EDL rally and then, you know, get a little quick curry afterwards, or a little kebab on the side. But beyond that, the reason why people are angry is always going to be because the trains are not running on time, because the NHS is improperly managed due to underfunding. That's what I believe. I think it's always an issue of underfunding, where they're not getting the same services that they once used to, and also things are becoming more and more costly. So in that anger, it's much easier for them to be guided by the right wing forces to turn around and say, you're angry and you're right to be angry. And the reason why you're angry, the reason why all of these things are happening is because we are importing all of these random strangers into the country who don't speak your language, who you are scared by. And that, I think, causes division, and it causes friction that makes it harder for people to integrate. And that is part of the reason why I think, especially in a place like the UK, you see a little bit more of this resilience towards full-blown integration into society.
I also think as well, Hasan, if we're being honest, it's also because we have had such huge amounts of immigration come into the country.
Well, people are just fucking tribal. And especially when you're bringing people in from cultures like Islam, they're not going to integrate. He just said a whole lot of nothing.
Him not saying he talked about Jamaica, him saying since he says America is the worst country on earth, will he try to defend counties like fascist shitholes like those?
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The people understandably go, this pace of change is too much. And you have to think, let's go back to 2016, which was the Brexit referendum. Now, Brexit was about many things, but really it was about people wanting immigration to be lowered. And that was 9 or 10 years ago. Immigration hasn't been lowered. In fact, it's been ratcheted up. So people voted to lower immigration. And for instance, I voted Remain. People voted Brexit. I'm like, well, that's democracy. We get on. We're going to make the best of it. I do believe that when you ignore people's wishes at the ballot box and people explicitly vote for something and you ignore them for the best part of a decade, that does generate a lot of anger, and understandably so.
Yeah, I think in that same time frame, if there was enough appetite by the government to address the financial harm that people were experiencing, the economic struggles that people were experiencing, there would still be a lot of people who say, I don't want a brown person, I don't want a black person around in my neighborhood, but ultimately those numbers would be far smaller. And that's what I always go back to. I'm a leftist. I believe in economic improvements, and I believe that a lot of the reactionary forces actually take advantage of that instability, the economic volatility that exists, in an effort to shift the attention away to people who have the same exact interests as you and I do. Because ultimately, I don't believe that anyone...
Oh yeah, we all want to commit jihad.
...when it's coming into the United States of America or the UK, as a matter of fact, because they want to bring about a Salafist-style Islamic caliphate in London.
They literally are doing that. They admit it publicly. They want Muslim immigration so that they can make the UK, Europe, the US into a Muslim caliphate.
I know you won't agree with me on this.
It's not about whether I agree. It's about whether
they literally admit it.
Facts agree with you.
I don't think that's the case.
Hold on.
I think
ultimately,
ultimately,
let me just give you some facts then. If that we have a terrorist attack on a monthly basis by an Islamist, effectively, we just had 2 in the space of the last month as we're recording this. 33%, I think, of British Muslims want Sharia law in Britain, like according to polls. More than half want to ban.
I haven't seen these polls.
Well, we can put them in for people to see. More than half want to ban homosexuality. Right. So when you say people aren't coming in to introduce an Islamist stuff, well, some of them want to if they're in a position to do so. We have 5 MPs who are effectively elected on a sectarian ticket, like as in we are Muslims, vote for us because you're a Muslim.
Who would you say those MPs are?
The 5 independent MPs. They're called the Gaza MPs or whatever way you want to call them. Right?
Are you talking about like Zara Sultana?
I don't know if she's one of them. I think one of them is called Adnan Hussein. There's 5 of them. We can look them up. We can put them in for people to see. Right. So I think it should be said that the overwhelming majority of British Muslims don't want Sharia law. But if 33% of them do, you can see why a lot of people who don't want Sharia law might be concerned about that, right?
Sure. I don't know what I haven't seen these polls, and I also don't know what British Muslim,
like, this is surprising to him,
or the 33% that are saying they want Sharia law, like what they're talking about.
What do they mean when they say Sharia law? Like, I want to ban girls from being able to go to school. What do you mean by that?
The counterexample always is, I mean, there's plenty of right-wing forces in the country that also want to ban homosexuality.
There aren't.
I mean, or trans people in general, right?
No one wants to ban trans people in Britain. No.
Okay, well, that's not what I have seen
There's-
so far, but maybe I'm wrong.
There's literally no party that's advocating for the banning of trans people, and like maybe you'll find one unhinged dude online. There's no political group that wants to ban homosexuality or trans people that's right wing.
Wrong on this.
What do you mean?
But I mean, I feel like there's a lot of this is a point of contention for you guys as well. But it's like when you want to ban trans people altogether, when you want to remove access to medication for trans people to transition and conform their own gender identity, you don't start off by saying we want to altogether ban trans people. You start off by trying to find the most successful approach that the broadest majority of the masses would be in tune with, would be in agreement with, and then you slowly but surely expand on it.
Wouldn't that be like me saying? Wouldn't that be like me saying, well, you say you want socialism, but actually you're a communist because you just want to edge your way towards communism step by step?
I mean,
that seems like an unfair way of looking at it.
No, my retort to that would be that while I don't call myself a communist, I don't have an issue with.
Oh my god! And then he just validates their fucking point.
An end goal of communism. I don't think it's like a. I just think that it's probably not likely to happen. A stateless, moneyless, borderless society.
He literally just validated the point they're making.
But moving towards that end goal, I don't have any real.
You'd like communism in America?
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe, and it feels, especially at this point, it feels far too utopian to achieve. So while I think that the concept in and of itself is not one that I disagree with, and I don't think you would either. Don't you think it would be nicer?
I grew up in a communist country. I very strongly disagree with the concept of communism.
The USSR was, as you know as well, trying to implement communism. They never actually were able to.
Oh my god, I was right. He would try to defend homophobic shitholes like Jamie Asher as he just implied.
I don't know if he did that, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Successfully implement communism.
How do you mean?
Well, it wasn't a borderless, moneyless, classless society, right?
That was
It
never
would be
the goal of communism. It was never to be a borderless, moneyless society.
No, that is what communism is.
Well, that's not how the communists in Russia defined it.
Well,
there was a big debate within communism quite early on, which was about, are we pursuing a global state of communism?
Strauss versus Stalin.
I'm
very familiar.
Right, but for our audience, this might be worth explaining.
Yeah.
Some of them wanted to, they basically recognized the only way you might ever get to a communist society is if everyone in the world gets it. Otherwise, there will always be a capitalist system to which people would be keen to defect. Or, this is the Stalin option that they ended up going for, is you pursue communism within the realm of one country. And in order to do that, they took the wealth away from people who had it. They tried to distribute it to everybody else. They tried to create a state of equality, uplift the poor, as you were talking about. And actually, if you take those measures alone, they were very successful at it.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem is they ended up putting millions of people in camps in order to do that, creating a tyrannical regime with a secret police that murdered people.
Yeah, they made everybody poor.
And that is the reason communism, in my opinion, doesn't work, is because in order to achieve that goal of equality, and basically you're making everybody equally poor as the end result, you actually have to use a lot of force, right? So that was communism, what we had in the USSR.
Well, the end goal was never successfully achieved in the USSR in terms of establishing what I'm talking about, though. And that's why I'm saying it's important to understand and recognize the failures of this implementation in the aftermath of a socialist revolution and choose not to repeat those mistakes.
So how would you do it differently?
I think at this point they've realized they're talking with a retard.
Well, that's the reason why I pointed to China. China is run by the Communist Party of China. It builds itself as...
Prank Donate Taylor's Frank just uploaded 2 new shorts. He never stops giving.
I've always been shadow banned, and it's really because I'm not in the club. And the
Yeah, he's talking about Jews again.
best example of that is probably a few years ago where I made the Best Burger Reviews channel. We visited every single burger restaurant in New York City. I think it was like 150 places, and we rated all of them. No one else had done.
He's full of shit. He uploaded like 5 videos. Did he actually keep uploading like fucking retard? Oh wow, he kept with it. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 7, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. 7, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54. Yeah, so... Oh, he's not fucking around. Weird. I thought... Okay, weird. He might have dragged ass here and there, because I remember I was watching this channel, and he uploaded, like, 5 reviews, and then a month went by, and there was nothing. So you can look at the upload frequency. He has, like, what, maybe 30 in the first year? And then looks like the bulk of them was done over, yeah, the next year. He was dragging ass for a little while. I know he only uploaded a few reviews, and then he waited, like, months in order to upload again. His videos suck, though. And he, like, Dave Portnoy, he has Barstool Sports, so people are obviously going to watch his YouTube channel. Like, Frank's just a nobody.
Done burger reviews before. I feel like I did a really good job.
Oh, yeah, I'm a fucking retard. You can look at the top.
And I spent way too much money hiring a professional videographer, going to these places. We ended up with, oh, wow, no, we almost did 200 places, like 208 videos and 3,000 subscribers. But, I had the gut feeling it was a bad idea going into it, and I knew I was shadow banned before, and you kind of try to think, hey, I'm starting a new thing, I shouldn't be shadow banned, but they knew who I was. They didn't let me get views, but a few people definitely.
He literally thinks he should have become famous and a millionaire from uploading shitty videos where he eats a burger.
Definitely plagiarize and stole ideas from this channel that you've probably...
He literally copied Barstool Sports, and then he's talking about other people plagiarizing him. Like, he's so fucking delusional. He, like this is actually at the level of schizophrenia.
Earlier this year, we tried to import some A5 Japanese Wagyu, and this company who was responsible for...
Yeah, I know, I'm a fucking retard. I'm kind of tired, okay? I forgot that you could just read the amount of videos in the description.
Filing the entry paperwork, didn't do it. And then about a week and a half later, tried to charge us 10 days of storage fees. And I had to call up everyone I knew at the USDA, at Customs, etc.
Why is he uploading this video again?
Just to find out that they simply didn't file the entry paperwork and were trying to pull a quick one on me and trying to scam me for $10,000 plus. And not only did $20,000 worth of Wagyu beef rot in a shipping container, now that company refuses to do business with me, which as a meat company, you know, millions of dollars worth of lost revenue over the remaining. I can't sell Wagyu beef for the rest of my business career. Like, how crazy is that? Always forwarding, should be out of business. God knows how many other small businesses they've taken advantage of. You guys can see the full story on.
Okay, well, that's Frank. He did a thing.
Bills itself is communist. China is not a communist country. Would you say China is a communist country?
It's a mixed country. It has some elements of communism, but it's also got a lot of capitalism going on.
Yeah,
right?
so it's a mixed market economy is what you're saying, right? But so is the United States of America, if you look at it from that perspective, because America also has some semblance of social safety nets. The UK also has some social safety nets, some state-run enterprises, especially pre-Margaret Thatcher, I would say, versus private enterprises as well. Venezuela at its peak, I think, had more privatization and more private enterprise in its economy than...
Nice try, asshole. Hope you know that I fucking hate you. I literally have dreams at night where I find out who you are, and I give you the most savage, vicious fucking beatings. I just pummel your fucking face in until it's, like, literally smushed into the fucking ground. Sometimes I fantasize about throwing you through a glass window. So, go fuck yourself. Thanks for the donation.
Than France did, as a matter of fact. I believe there was like a report around 2012, maybe, where they were talking about how like Venezuela is not socialist. Is when these sorts of countries, and you're not wrong, it's a mixture of both, right? It exists. Social safety net exists. Some extrapolation initiatives exist. Like when you think about Norway, for example, the entirety of the extraction industry in Norway is actually nationalized, from the forestry all the way down to the oil and gas industry. But then there's also the private market as well, private enterprise as well. So as far as that goes, I wouldn't say that China is a communist, and neither would you, but it's run by a communist party. And so far, they have seen a pretty successful, pretty robust level of growth and development overall. So they have analyzed the failures of previous communist and socialist formations, and they have responded to it in their own way.
The challenge is, Hasan, when you centralize power and you give practically all the power to the government, what happens with that is you're far more likely to have corruption, you're far more likely to have abuse of power, and inevitably what happens is that the government can't do everything. There are things that are far better done by private practice than done by state control.
So if you agree with that. Would you also agree that there are things that are far better done in the hands of the government, or at least with like heavy market regulation and intervention?
I completely agree.
Because like healthcare, I think is a great example of this, where like it's an inelastic demand good and service, right? If you don't have healthcare, you die. So you will pay whatever price you have to pay for healthcare. And therefore, I think the American system that is the most maximalist, most capitalist, most like free enterprise system has been an abject failure in terms of delivering good results. And what I mean by that is healthcare as a whole is supposed to improve people's living standards and also make sure that everyone is getting the best quality care possible, right? And in the United States of America, we don't have that. We do have nicer hospitals.
Can't you see emails associated with PayPal donos? I don't think I can figure out who the people are who are donating.
Remember when you had a temper tantrum during your workout stream? Well, you've had several of those. You're like a man-child. Reminds me of Penguins 0. You act like a female. You literally act like an emotional overgrown child female. The very ones you hate.
No, you're just a bitch. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Hospitals that resemble hotels, as opposed to like. I'll be honest with
you, it'd be difficult not to have a nicer hospital than the UK, mate.
Yeah, no, but I understand that. I'm from Turkey. I've seen the Turkish public hospitals, but I would rather try to focus on the diminished quality of service and try to improve that in a socialized system than to altogether limit healthcare at the point of being able to pay for it.
What's funny is one of the reasons why the NHS is completely failing is because they don't allow any privatization.
LOL 21st saw and copied my dono from earlier.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, F. They don't allow any privatization within the NHS. So if a hospital needs to, say, buy medical equipment, they can't just buy medical equipment from private industry. It has to be like through the NHS system, and it makes things more expensive and more time consuming. Like, it's stupid. So the fundamental problem with the NHS though is it's getting underfunded. You can look at NHS wait times. Whenever there's a conservative government, wait times go way up, and then when lefties get in, they fund the NHS more, wait times go down. So they've been deliberately trying to destroy the NHS for a while. It's not a bad system fundamentally. It's just that they've deliberately tried to make it fail.
For it in the way that we have in the United States of America. And I think this is a major issue with America in general, is that we are so invested in improving our GDP. We're so invested in leaning into the forces of capital that in this sector and in many others, corruption still thrives. We have it in the form of corporate consolidation here in the United States of America, because in the absence of any sort of government intervention, trust busting, and heavy regulatory intervention.
Yes, F, I'm a big fan. Keep it up. Having a overgrown man-child.
I'm not playing that clip because I know the audio. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
All corporations end up trying to seize one another and become a force, a monopolistic force, and if not, an oligopoly, right? And many sectors have seen this. And when you become an oligopoly, you can diminish the quality of service that you're offering slowly but surely, because there's no market competition that exists any longer. So I guess the way I look at it is, in terms of corruption, you're right. There is a tendency if the government is all powerful, even though the governments are always all powerful, there's a tendency in more centralized governance that if someone wants to be a ruthless autocrat, they can do so. The people.
Oh, that's such horse shit. Just because America doesn't have the same kind of healthcare system as Australia does not mean it's bad.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nice try, jackass.
Don't always have the capacity to rise up against that. But I would say that in the United States of America, for example, we also experience a similar dynamic. We just don't see it in the same way because it's not the most direct form of authoritarianism, where a lot of people think, well, as long as I can eat a Big Mac, as long as I can watch TV, as long as I can consume porn and gamble on the unregulated cryptocurrency market, or gamble my modest income away, what remains after I give the rest to my landlord, then things are probably fine. And I think we dull our sensibilities in that regard. And I think it's a different form, it's a different mechanism of control that makes you think that you are actually an active participant in this.
I mean, I think that's quite a stretch, Hasan, with all respect, because the difference between, we talked about some societies that have attempted to pursue communism, China, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, etc., right? The difference between those countries is not that they can't eat a Big Mac. The difference is that if they criticize the government, in Russia today even, but of course in the Soviet Union previously, you're going to get killed. Right? In America, that's not what happens.
Nice try.
Right? In America, you don't get...
We don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to go yet.
I mean, Hasan, to be fair, you're a very successful...
I agree with you.
You in China or in the Soviet Union would be killed if you were critical of that regime.
I would definitely be jailed.
You'd definitely be jailed. So that's the difference between these countries and America. It's not a Big Mac, it's freedom.
No, so I love that you brought that up because I agree with that. I'm from Turkey, a country that has never had the First Amendment or freedom of speech. And ironically enough, the current regime, the person in charge of the current regime, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, was jailed in the past for a poem that he wrote for incitement, right? He read a poem about Atatürk, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and he was jailed. And now he's one of the most ruthless jailers of the press in the country.
Right.
Now, so I come from that background. I can't go back to Turkey, for example,
right.
For these reasons. I've written about Turkey extensively. And, let's just say the administration is not super fond of me in my perspective. Having said that, that is the reason why I want the First Amendment to remain in the United States of America, even though, as I brought up earlier, there have been instances throughout American history where the First Amendment has been actively violated or threatened. There are still contemporary examples of violations of the First Amendment. One example I will use is the anti-boycott, divestment, and sanctions laws that exist in the United States of America. Famously, it was Bernie Sanders and Dianne Feinstein, rest in peace, who actively called it out. Two prominent Jewish politicians in the country. These are laws directly written by AIPAC, that dictate that if you want to become a school teacher in the state of Texas, for example, you have to sign a loyalty pledge to ensure that you never protest against the state of Israel. It's ridiculous, right? And it's a direct violation of the First Amendment. So there is encroachment towards the First Amendment.
That will always happen because people will always contest it. But the point I'm making to you is when you compare China and the Soviet Union and Venezuela to America, that is not an accurate comparison.
It's not an accurate comparison, but if you recall earlier, I just said, I'm worried that we here in the United States of America are now moving in that direction in terms of social repression, in terms of political repression. And this is...
So why the fuck is he using China as this example of a country that we should emulate? Like, oh, this is so dumb. Like, this is not... How does this guy have an audience?
Well, that's a shame. People like Hasan should seriously go back to Turkey.
Yeah, they should. I cannot stand Hasan. He's a dumb fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Something that I very much fear. I think the entry point to this is usually around Israel and what people decry as anti-Semitism. But that's not where it's going to end. If you look at the Trump administration's active initiatives the administration is taking. Yesterday, my friend Kat Abugzaleh, who used to be a reporter who's now running in Illinois for Congress, was indicted. She was indicted because she participated in the protest against ICE outside of an ICE facility. And there are videos of her getting slammed to the ground in the concrete with this militarized, masked federal police force, right? Not only did they beat her up, which was already ridiculous to begin with, but then they also chose to indict her. There are examples of students writing for their student newspaper and getting kidnapped and thrown into a immigrant detention facility, whether it be Mahmoud Khalil, who still has an ongoing legal case for being a student activist, a student protester.
This guy's a literal fucking terrorist supporter, so
and having a green card while doing it.
We have the same thing in our country in different ways. I hear you. Sorry, the reason I'm interrupting you is we've moved sideways from the topic. So remember where we started this conversation, right? So just to address your point.
The repression didn't start in China by everybody being like, all right, it's over, we're throwing you in jail. It builds up to it is what I mean. And it's entirely dependent on the
No, it literally started from, we're going to throw you in jail and kill you.
Point. Because if you were looking at China,
is it like, what the fuck is he talking about?
Looking at the Chinese Civil War, post-World War II,
oh my God.
30 million Chinese people have been slaughtered ruthlessly by the Japanese.
Dude, the amount of fucking horseshit this guy spews out of his fucking mouth is just crazy. The video quality went, yeah, fucking YouTube.
Imperialists, like that's a very different material. That's a very different set of material circumstances for the end of that civil war and to develop governance.
Fine.
Similar to the
I'm just trying to bring you back to the central argument, central discussion we're having. Francis made the point that when the government is in a position to be authoritarian, where it seems to inevitably end up in every communist country in the history of the world, right? That is a situation which inevitably then leads to levels of repression of the kind that you will not see in America for 100 years. I take your point about individual protesters or individual people who've made statements about a highly controversial issue today. We have the same thing in our country where people are being sent to prison for tweets that they've done, right? Left and right. We've got Palestine Action on the left. We've got right-wing people criticizing immigration. So I agree with you. The direction of travel in the West in terms of freedom of expression is not good. And I've made that point in my book and elsewhere. But that is not the same as what the point we're trying to make, which is the system of government you are open to, based on our discussion today at least, inevitably leads to authoritarianism, which inevitably leads to repression on a scale that a Western country won't imagine. Isn't that's the reason that a lot of people are very worried about people like you who say they're open to communism. We all know smartphones are essential, but they've also become the ultimate surveillance machines. That's why I firewall that blocks these myself, because I'm a data broker, and that's our phone.
The United States of America and countries that are under the security apparatus, the global security umbrella of the United States of America, have had much more success with liberal democracy as opposed to all these other countries that are not under the immediate security umbrella, is because it's been the domineering force around the globe, especially after the end of the Cold War, but even during the Cold War, it was a dominant force on the planet. Sure. When you are the dominant force, you get to have these freedoms. Your people get to have these freedoms. Your people get to say whatever they want because they're not a threat, right? I would be more of a threat in the respective nation that I'm in if they don't have that same level of security. And that is the reason why I'm very fearful, because as America's power on the global stage is waning, we are going to see more direct authoritarianism coming from Western nations as liberalism decays, as it did in the 20s and the 30s. And what came after that was a wave of fascism. Now, fascism at that time was seen as a revolutionary thing. It was seen as a new thing. In many instances, fascists were actually fashioning themselves as though they were like a different kind of socialist, even though they were mostly killing socialists and had their beef with socialists. And then they were able to align with liberals eventually and become the domineering authoritarian forces. And I think you guys wouldn't disagree with me that, like, Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance where there was unimaginable repression. My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads.
Why?
If left unaddressed, because
like, especially when he's talking about a historical thing like Nazi Germany and fascist Italy, please explain to me how capitalism had anything to fucking do with that.
Capitalism is always going to deteriorate. It's slowly going to improve material conditions as opposed to feudalism. It's a far better system, for sure. It's far better than monarchies, right? I agree. But there will come a point where it outlives its usefulness, and those who own the capital, the owners of capital, will have to make a decision. There's too much instability. There's too much chaos. We need to restore order. And if they can't do that through liberal democracy...
Right, because there's never been instability and chaos under communism. Oh my God.
Well, that's what those two protesters get and deserve for supporting a terrorist organization like Hamas.
Yeah. Oh, fuck them. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
At least historically, especially when there is a counterbalance, revolutionary socialism out there that they are genuinely fearful of, work stoppages happening all around, and the flows of capital being disrupted, and profit margins are threatened, they end up finding fascism to be that domineering force that restores the law and order, so that people are still working in the factories, and any kind of dissent is directly and indirectly suppressed. And I fear that is where we're moving in the United States of America as America's global...
That's literally communism.
Superpower status is threatened by the rise of China.
So your thesis is that as country, if a different country was dominant, was a global hegemon, they would have more freedom for their citizens.
Yeah.
So you think the Chinese Communist Party would allow criticism of them if they were the dominant country in the West?
I think with respect to where they were in terms of like I mean, the most maximalist position is the Cultural Revolution, right? Like if you look at the Cultural Revolution versus where China is now in terms of dissent, it's in comparison to the United States of America. Yes, there's still heavy control over that sort of stuff. There's a lot of surveillance. Having said that, it has become far more tolerant as material conditions have improved. And that's my main thesis, is that countries, regardless of their individual forms of governance, as long as they are advancing the material needs of the broadest subset of the masses, will and become like a domineering force on their own and have...
They haven't gotten any better. I don't know where he got the idea that they've gotten any better.
Full sovereignty and full autonomy.
Don't be a racist. Racism is a crime, and crime is for niggers. Why doesn't Mexico have an Olympic team? Because everyone who can run, jump, and swim are already in the States. What happens if an Asian with an erection walks into a wall? He breaks his nose.
Yeah, those are racist jokes. Thanks for the donation, literal racist, not trolling.
They will inevitably become more tolerant to this kind of freedom, because this is the most successful way, I think, of making sure that the masses feel satisfied. Civil liberties is the most successful way that I think neoliberalism has become a hegemon.
Say go to $8, fuck this cack dude, look at this lore we have.
Burger reviews. Let's do this. Let's see how this goes. Thank you guys for joining me today. Check out the channel Best Burger Reviews. Check out frank-tufano.com. Let me know what you guys think in the comments, and I am going to be a good boy from now on. I guess you get your own bag.
I mean, you can still take...
No, it's all right. Yeah. 4.1 or some shit. What's your problem, buddy? What's your problem? If I move to Japan, would I have...
Joe Ellington.
any chance whatsoever at marrying a traditional Japanese girl? This is like the biggest burger patty we've ever had, right? You guys want some fries? Yeah, there's one, yeah. Eight. That's the official score. We got the fries. And that's why you only fuck ugly old ladies. End of Best Burger Reviews. Who knows if someone will kidnap me if it lives up to the reputation. Real, I remember we had fries when we came here the first time, right? There were fries. There's no fries this time. What's the deal, Rio? There's no fries. No, you're cursed. You're fucking cursed. Dude, they gave you, what am I going to use 7 Heinz packets of ketchup for?
He's always looked so strange.
If there's no fries.
It's like if an alien drew a human from memory. Kind of reminds me of like a Fisher-Price adventure person.
There's no napkin either. You're killing me today. Off to a bad start. Look at this, Rio. Come on. Maybe a different chef today? Can I even adjust that myself? This is ridiculous.
I actually paid.
Don't. New score is, I want to say mid-7. It's kind of crazy. None of these places know that it was us when we come in. I think the first time they had like a feeling something was up, and the chef did a really good job of making the burger. Now it seems like they kind of rushed it out. So, you know, depending on what day you go, what chef is working, how you order, it could really be different. So just the bread was really, really small because they like hollowed out the bun. So we're trying it again. And with how JG Mellon kind of dropped the ball, you know, bar. It's really good. They got 2 slices of cheese on there. The caramelized onions are delicious. One of the better burgers in the city.
How many injection sites do you use? Do you inject twice a day, test in morning, GH at night? I want a GH, but I feel like I might need another injection site. I have 8 in total at the moment. At most, how often should someone use a particular site?
I swap between 8, so 3 different spots on my shoulder, on each shoulder, and then just 1 spot on each glute. Just go glute, rear delt, middle delt, front delt, rear delt, middle delt, front delt, glute. Just swap between that. Then you're only injecting 1 site, like, every week, basically. You're only going to be using insulin needles for GH anyway, so you can just shoot it wherever you want. It's not like it's going to do anything, and you don't even necessarily need to shoot it intramuscularly. I don't think it really makes a difference, at least in terms of anabolism. Where, like, whether you do it intramuscular or sub-Q. Probably doesn't anyway. So, you can just inject it sub-Q if you want. So then it literally just doesn't matter. Thanks for the donation, though, Gummy Gum.
City. But to me, still room for improvement, but very, very, very good. Definitely worth trying, especially at this price point. I like it a lot. All right, guys, we are back at Boucherie, which is actually right across from Salt Bay, East 19th Street and Park Avenue South. So perhaps this is the burger capital of the city, perhaps. So last time we had this, I was very impressed with the bun, the cheese.
I don't know if the steroids caused the water retention. Okay, great. You're banned. See you later.
The burger was overcooked though. Fries are definitely salty enough. Very good. Probably solid 8 fries. Okay. So last time I think we took the tomato and lettuce off, right? Or they didn't have it. Still looks the same. Same white cheese. This one isn't as melty. Looks similar. Might I say a little worse than last time. It's steamed a little bit. This
Frank's like genuinely... Like, he genuinely thinks the only reason his stupid burger review channel didn't take off is because Jews don't like him. This is just unwatchable shit slop weirdo content.
Demonic power beyond the endless militarism and whatnot. I think that is the reason why people feel the way that they do in
yeah, steroids can cause water retention, so can growth hormone. I don't know if it was the steroids I was taking or the growth hormone.
United States of America, in spite of all of the alarm bells that are ringing about how, economic devastation is imminent, seemingly, or there's so much poverty and so much instability, and people still go, well, at least I got some freedoms, right? As opposed to not having those freedoms elsewhere. So that's my main thesis, is that if they improve material conditions, they have to inevitably allow more civil liberties, more social liberties.
So it's interesting what you've been saying about America, and that it's losing its power on the global stage. That is then reflected in more and more, shall we say, imbalanced chaos in the actual society itself. And we've kind of seen that in a way with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, with Luigi Mangione. I found some of your comments really interesting about Luigi, and I'd love to talk to you about them. So you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, push back on me if I'm wrong, that you think that he's innocent and unfairly maligned. How did you come to that position, if I'm correct?
Well, I mean, that's a meme for the most part. But,
okay.
But
what does it mean? It's a meme.
The notion that someone is innocent until proven guilty, or that he wasn't there, it's like a common thing that people do on TikTok and elsewhere as well. But
you don't think he's innocent?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's the one that actually did it or not. We'll see.
Not really doing coaching at the moment.
Once the court case finalizes.
But is he? Sorry, I may not understand what meme means in this context. Like, I guess what I'm asking is, when you say he's unfairly maligned, do you believe that or not? That's what I'm asking.
Well, as far as unfairly maligned, it depends on where the quote is coming from. Because I could be talking about like being perp walked or getting hit with a terrorism charge, which was actually taken off recently, because the New York courts also found that it was overextended to this case. I think there was a lot of panic around his actions, allegedly, and that is probably what I was talking about, if you were talking about that. But as far as like, Luigi's innocent, it's just like a thing people say. As far as innocent...
Why did they say it?
I think that is actually the more interesting conversation.
Okay.
The reason that, and I had a conversation with Ross Douthat about this on the New York Times, where he brought this up on numerous occasions. I think that people are experiencing tremendous anger and discontent. And one of the most visible aspects of that, one of the visible aspects of a system of healthcare that should not be privatized, or should, at the very least, even if it's privatized, work to make sure that every single person is getting the adequate care that they need, otherwise they die, has created this environment of tremendous anger. It has almost virtually universalized the pain. Every single American knows at least one immediate or distant relative that has suffered through chemotherapy as they have to hunt down their insurance provider to make sure that the thing that they were paying for years and years, the premiums, the costly premiums that they were paying into, actually end up helping them cover the cost of this life-saving quality care that they desperately need to survive. And I think a lot of Americans have so much discontent for that experience that they have seen personally, that their immediate reaction, before they even found out who had done the shooting, but their immediate reaction to who the victim was met with a response that shocked me, as well as I think many other people. What I mean by this, Americans are very draconian. They're very black and white. It's like, you do a crime, you get punished, and a lot worse than you would get punished elsewhere, right? We talk about, how Norway is much more understanding and much more rehabilitative in their prison structure because they're pussies. We throw you in jail and we torture you.
You have the death penalty.
Yeah, we have the death penalty, all this stuff.
States, yeah, okay.
Yeah, so, and Americans broadly, like American culture is broadly very receptive to that. We're fairly rugged in our approach to crime and punishment. And in spite of that, because of how much harm the private healthcare sector has done to so many different people in this country, I think they saw it as like, okay, well, this guy is the faceless placeholder for the.
No, steroids are not a substitute for a vasectomy. They're not effective enough at being contraceptive. They'll lower your fertility, but not to an extent where you don't have to worry about like having kids. Plenty of people conceive on steroids.
The person for the system that actually killed my grandparents. That's the way they saw it.
I get the anger,
which I don't think is healthy, for the record.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm getting to, is like, I understand anger. And by the way, I don't want to wade into the debate about American healthcare. I don't know a lot about it. I understand there's some really bad situations for people. People should also know that in the UK, there's also lots of people who are dying without care because they're waiting for an operation for a year and a half, or they're waiting 2 months for a scan. Yes. But let's not get into that.
No, but the NHS is, you're right. The NHS has had significant austerity measures implemented to it.
The NHS budget keeps growing every year, but it doesn't matter.
Because the population's growing.
Let's not get into it. What I'm saying is, I understand people's anger. What I don't understand is why that would make Luigi Mangione, who allegedly killed this guy, innocent. Why? Because that's where we started, right?
Yeah,
why do people say he's innocent?
The way people see it, and I'm not subscribing to this notion, but the way that I think people see it is, are you familiar with the concept of social murder?
No.
Engels wrote about this. He said that the systematized death and destruction of the masses is oftentimes hidden. It's oftentimes invisible. I think private healthcare is a great example of this, where it's to the recipient, to the victim, or the victim's families, they see that as murder, right? They see that as an unnecessary death that took place. And they feel that pain all the same. In the same way that that Brian Thompson's family, I'm sure, was and it still is mourning the death of Brian Thompson. There are millions of Americans out there that have individuals in their lives that they loved, loved ones, immediate loved ones, distant relatives that they've seen suffer in their final moments as they.
Hey fag. You said you haven't done a house tour or vlog since moving because you didn't want to risk doxing yourself. Yet in your vlog with Clarence you show you house, backyard, and city.
That's great. It's his vlog, so I didn't want to force him to not film stuff. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Do you actually believe GVS is natural? Why does he look twice the size of Eric Helms or Jeff Alberts, who compete in tested shows?
Well, for one thing, Eric Helms is fucking tiny. That guy is skinny as fuck. Like, I don't even know if he can bench, like, if he's ever even benched 315. Like, he's not a particularly big, strong guy, period. So he's pretty small. Like, I think I was bigger than Eric Helms my first, 2 years of lifting. And GVS isn't that big. Like, isn't he under 200 pounds when he's, fairly lean? Around, somewhere between 10-15%? So when the guy is, somewhere between 10 or 15% body fat, he only weighs around, 190 pounds. He's not that big. I think it's really just his arms that make him look way larger than he really is, because if you just look at his individual body parts, Like his chest especially. His chest isn't particularly well developed. And everything else is like fairly well developed, but it's not like, oh, you need steroids for that. The only really standout body part on him is his arms, particularly his triceps. So I think he just has some like muscle groups that are particularly well developed. And also just like proportions and muscle insertions and shit make him look a bit bigger than he really is. But yeah, I mean, you can look at his lifts too. He's not that strong. I don't think he's really benched over 315. So yeah, I would believe him that he's natural. Just nothing reeks of steroid use. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris.
You know, go through the process of trying to figure out the paperwork in a system that is designed to, let's be real, take as much money as possible from you in the form of premiums, and then create a profit incentive by refusing to pay for the healthcare.
Hasan, I get all that, and I empathize with that pain that those people feel. Yeah. But what I'm getting at is, you said he's innocent, then you said it's a meme, you say it's just a thing that people say. What I'm trying to understand is...
The reason why people say that is because I think...
Their anger doesn't make him innocent, right?
No,
if he shot a man who runs a healthcare insurance company,
yeah,
and they are angry with healthcare in America, that doesn't make him innocent, right?
It doesn't.
So isn't you and them saying that just flat out wrong?
Well, my reason for saying it is because you're innocent until proven guilty. But as far as what everyone else is saying, or if I'm to analyze it, which I do as a part of my job, what I'm trying to explain to you guys is that from their perspective, it's revenge. And this is a very, very unhealthy feeling to have. This is why I talked about with Ross Dow that the concept of adventurism. This is something that traditional Marxists actually are very critical of. Adventurism does not lead to any sort of serious changes, any sort of serious revolutionary changes especially. And yet, and all it does is create an environment of instability. I think that the perfect solution to ensure that this never happens, to ensure that there's no level of discontent that bubbles up to this degree, that would require a mechanism of enforcement by the government to enact stability, of course, which would also be just as violent, if not even more brutal, to a larger percentage of the population, to ensure that there isn't another, Luigi Mangione style situation, is good legislation, is fixing the systemic problems.
Why do these commie couplets always give 50-page essay answers to the most basic questions? It's like they conflate quantity of words with quality of ideas. Actual smart people know how to get their point across using as few words as possible.
I don't know. Just what they do. Thanks for the donation, a pile of beans.
Luigi Mangione is the breaking point. Luigi Mangione is the perfect demonstration of the system failing people. And I think that Luigi Mangione and the response to him has been one of the clearest examples that I have seen in a country like the United States of America, where people are normally supposed to be like horrified by cold-blooded murder in the middle of the day. Their response being much more receptive to the action shows me that there is so much pain in people's immediate experiences.
Hasan is just trying to dodge having to say his actual belief that Luigi Mangione did in fact kill this guy, but he feels Luigi Mangione was justified in doing it. He's just trying to dodge giving his actual take. It's really cringe.
That they recognize this instability. They don't have a vehicle to communicate it. They don't have a vehicle to communicate this discontent. And they're simply moving into the least productive way to do politics, which is revenge, violent revenge. I think that that is something that we have to solve immediately, because it can't go on. You can't have more people just like randomly gunning people in the streets. That's not what a civilized society is supposed to work towards. That's instability. That's chaos. I don't want that.
Let me introduce you to the people I work with to protect my family against financial instability, inflation, and turmoil. For me, one of the best ways...
So one of the things that I found shocking with the assassination of Charlie Kirk is obviously the incident itself, but it's also the reaction and the rhetoric that went around it. The people on the left who were celebrating it, which to me is, and to most right-thinking people, is absolutely abhorrent, and also the reaction on the left, and there were some people, particularly large influencers, whose what they said was unforgivable. Where did you stand on it, and what were your opinions on the whole incident?
I mean, I was shocked. It was horrifying, but mainly horrifying because like it's impossible for me not to have a personal stake in this, because I was about to debate Charlie in 2 weeks, like 2 weeks prior to his assassination, or 2 weeks after his assassination. We were supposed to be debating at Dartmouth College, and this was a person that I had basically developed a political career in competition with, if that makes sense. Like I was on the left side, he was on the right side. We debated plenty of times. We debated at Politicon. We were very familiar with one another, and seeing that the the number one fear that every person that does what I do become reality in real time was shocking. It was devastating. As far as my opinions on it, I mean, I had the misfortune of seeing it in real time happen as I was like trying to figure out what had taken place, and we were one of the first media outlets that actually broke the story. And my first thought was that this is going to lead to even more violence in the form of revenge, decentralized violence, and also that this is going to lead to state repression as well, in an effort to stamp out any kind of political discontent or any kind of political dissent, which hasn't fully come to fruition yet, thankfully. But the administration certainly tried to use this as an opportunity to build new guidelines around surveillance and build new surveillance targets in general. The Trump administration has this, they released a memorandum, national security memorandum, that declared the intelligence communities to shift their priorities and attention of surveillance to Antifa, which they had previously declared a domestic terrorist organization, which is not a designation that exists in the United States of America because it is at direct odds with the First Amendment. This is the reason why the KKK is not considered a domestic terror organization. This is the reason why the Proud Boys and Atomwaffen, which is like a neo-Nazi formation that tries to recruit from the military, none of these guys none of these organizations, even if you would normally consider them domestic terror organizations, are actually considered that. So it was a severe violation of the First Amendment. And then the follow-up to the surveillance targets and the surveillance priorities made me even more fearful about where this administration was going, where they declared any sort of anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, anti-American sentiment to be an indication of someone being an extremist, violent terrorist potentially. But then on top of that, there was even more vague things that they brought up. Like I think it was like being critical of the American moral family unit or something like that. Basically, it was just what the Republicans consider what the entirety of the liberal and all the way to extreme leftists or whatever think about the Republicans was now up for grabs in terms of priority targets for the surveillance apparatus. And like I said, we don't know where this is going to go for the time being. It is directly at odds with the First Amendment, but there have been some instances where people have been indicted. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, like I said, who's running for office, is like one of the first high-profile politicians that have been targeted in this way. And I worry that once free speech goes away and once due process goes away in this country, we are full tilt fascist.
But I think that's a very valid point.
Why
My concern
does he
is as well,
support
and it's
communism?
the rhetoric that is getting ratcheted up on both sides, both on the right, but both on the left. So, for instance, I'll give you an example. In my own country, we have Zara Sultana, who's a very prominent left-wing politician. She said the words, we need to fight the fascists in Parliament. Like, okay. We need to fight them in the ballot box, and we need to fight them in the streets. Now, the problem is, if you ask most people what fascism is, I don't think they would be able to give you a clear, coherent explanation or an analysis of the political ideology.
Well, let's be honest, by fascist, she means people like Reform who are not fascist. They are a centre-right party, they're not fascist.
So,
I don't know if I'd agree with that.
Right, but the point...
Well, hold on a second. You think the Reform Party is
I think
fascist?
Reform Party, as it stands currently, is a nascent fascist parliamentary group that hasn't reached its full potential.
I don't know how in the fuck you could ever come to the conclusion that Nigel Farage is a fascist. That is just fucking insane, unhinged horseshit.
Could you define
in the same way that
fascism in this instance?
In the same way that I would say the modern Republican Party is, or was, throughout most of its history, a liberal party, a far-right, but liberal party nonetheless, and it is becoming an illiberal or post-liberal party that is moving in the direction of fascism.
Well, yeah, you could say that about the Republican Party, especially since they tried to overthrow the election January 6th, and they want to get Trump to run again. Like, that's fair, but how in the fuck, like, why is he going on about the fucking, like, Donald Trump and the Republican Party right now? They asked him about fucking Nigel Farage. Jim donated $2, let me see. Oh, this is gonna be gay.
Than salad. You don't want this. This is devoid of any micronutrients. It's also full of pesticides, kind of harsh on your gut. And if you look at the dressings on these things, they usually are full of things like maltodextrin, which is going to hurt your hormones, things like polyunsaturated fats from the seed oils, which is going to...
Yeah, you're a fucking retard. I don't know what you've been eating, but your brain is gone.
Create inflammation in your body. You don't want any of that. You want some of this. So on the Haagen-Dazs, it's literally just cream, skim milk, cane.
No, the wheel isn't working. I have to send in an RMA request.
Cane sugar, egg yolks, and vanilla extract. The cane sugar is going to support your thyroid. The cream and the egg yolks are going to be good for your hormones.
What did he just say about... I can't go back because YouTube Shorts sucks. What a fucktard.
Plus, it's fucking delicious.
Yeah, eggs do not support your hormones.
So have some ice cream.
Yes, that's what Americans need. More ice cream, less salad. Oh, this guy. Doesn't he just have like a deformity and the jaw thing is just a meme? Yeah, this guy just has like some weird deformity thing. I don't think you could possibly develop your jaw muscles to that extent. Like, no matter what you do. Stupid. I'm not even watching that.
This entire block of tofu in 4 bites. Let's go. 1.
Okay, great. Well, at least it's tofu. Thanks for the donation, Jim.
Fascism is what's
he said? Cane sugar will support your thyroid. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
What's the best definition for it? Paleogenetic ultranationalism, a in-group out-group dynamic that is constantly seeking to destroy the out-group and dominate the out-group, even if the out-group is actually a part of civilized society, and surrounding itself with this like mythologized understanding of this national or ethnic or religious mythology of the higher group.
But it would also include authoritarianism, the end of a one-party state, like all of
Not
these.
always, but yeah, usually, yes.
So by which of those standards would you say Reform is a fascist or neo? I can't remember how you said a nascent fascist party.
Well, the reason why I say that is because, I mean, Mussolini's fascist party was not a party that Mussolini's fascist party was an active fascist party within the parliament before it became the centralized form of governance.
But they
Same
said
with
we
Nazi.
are fascist,
Right,
right?
but that was because the word fascism was just being invented at that point, and therefore it was still packaged as like a revolutionary, new, illiberal way.
Okay,
they didn't come into power. We now live in a post-World War II universe where like you can't
That's
say
fair.
that you're fascist.
So you think that if Nigel Farage, which is currently they're leading the polls, you think that if he is elected, eventually he will suspend democracy, he will start pogroms against Muslims, using the state, he will, have a one-party state. You think that's where this is heading?
Bearing in mind that the chairman of Reform Party, Sia Yusuf, is a Muslim.
Yeah, still doesn't matter. I mean, there was Jews that worked within the Nazi government command structure as well. It's just like there are always going to be people that come from they come from the background of the targeted outgroup in general, and it doesn't even end with Muslims, is what I mean. It's going to it always has to.
So why does he support China, who's like literally trying to eradicate Islam?
It always has to excise what it considers aberrations. And there is always, like with Nazi Germany, for example, the next stage, if they hadn't failed so dramatically in its endless militarism, would have most likely been to create the Übermensch structure, like the start going after people who were maybe brown-haired and didn't have blue eyes. Like there's an endless expansion of that sort.
And you think that's what Reform will do? They'll suspend democracy, they'll start a one-party
This is
state.
super in the future if they actually get to that point, but I don't think that it is far-fetched to assume that, yes, Reform through a process of initially reforms, I could totally see them getting to that position, yes.
What's your basis for saying that?
It's entirely dependent on how material conditions unwind. If it gets to a point where there's tremendous economic stability, then instead of solving those issues in the same way that the American movement...
He won't answer any other questions. What's the basis for him thinking that?
The Trump movement is not solving these issues. They will continue to be a force of political repression.
But what's your evidence for this? This is the thing I don't understand.
The evidence is the historical patterns that I'm looking at. The historical patterns of why fascism has been implemented in the past. And now, like I said, we live in a post-fascist world. We live in a nuclear world.
That like that is just such fucking nonsense. Like, I think Hasan is going to blow up a fucking synagogue, and my basis for thinking that is the historical patterns that I've seen. That, like, what about Nigel Farage and that particular party suggests to you that they are fascist? He cannot answer that question.
The dynamic is different, okay? So, fascism will not come as a third way.
Like, by the way, he's pro-fascist. He's in favor of the Chinese Communist Party. He's in favor of the Russian regime. He's in favor of literally every terrorist organization, like you name it. He supported just about every terrorist organization, including Al-Qaeda. He like outright stated America deserved 9/11, you know, suggesting that the Al-Qaeda 9/11 terror attack was justified. Like, it's unhinged for him to like fearmonger about fascism when he is a fascist and supports fascism.
As an outsider any longer. I think instead you will see far-right elements within liberal society, within the parliamentary structure, move in that direction.
But my worry with this is, and this is why I'm not trying to like debate bro you or anything, I'm genuinely engaging with what you say. I hope you feel that, right?
Yeah.
The issue I have in the context of the discussion we're having about Charlie Kirk is you've got a situation where people, you are calling reform fascists. I know some people in reform, they're not fascists. They don't believe in a one-party state. They don't want to end democracy, right? We've had Nigel Farage on our show. It's very clear where he's an old-school Thatcherite kind of guy, right? But you're saying he's a fascist. And my worry is...
I think he will get there.
Okay, you're saying he will get to fascism. Fair.
If material conditions get to a point where there's mass instability in an effort to...
It's a nascent fascist party that in the right context will become fascist. I get it, right?
And the same, not dissimilar to
here's my
the
point.
AFD, the nationalists in France.
Reform is very different from the AFD, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
My point is this. If I thought the fascists were coming...
That's all because people like him want to rule the world.
Yeah. Good thing he's too stupid and lazy and incompetent. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I would feel it's my duty to participate in armed resistance against that. And my worry is part of where the political violence is coming from is people like you who are using this term, in my opinion, far too loosely and projecting historical analogies onto people that you're not that familiar with, actually. And then you're really putting a target on their back. And my worry is the reason Charlie Kirk was killed is there were far too many people calling him a fascist, which he wasn't, right? And that's my concern with all of this irresponsible language, which I think it is.
So what's interesting about the utilization of language here is the fact that you can't really point to a single Democratic Party politician that has celebrated Charlie Kirk's death.
Sure.
But you can actually, in many instances, point to Republican politicians that have made a mockery of the Democratic
and we've had
legislators.
people make that point on the show. You don't need to make it because we've had. But you're on the left, and I'm asking you about left-wing.
The reason why I'm saying that is because, like, there are always going to be people on the right and on the left that engage in this kind of commentary as a reflection of how much discontent that they experience. But ultimately, if
I'm
we're
saying
talking
you're one of them. You are calling reform fascist.
No. That's a totally. First of all, my analysis on the way, like calling someone a fascist if they're exhibiting historic fascist tendencies is perfectly valid. The consideration that this actually is like turning up the temperature as opposed to like directly calling for violence against a nascent fascist party, as opposed to trying to deal with it through the existing means within the democratic structure is ridiculous. There's no comparison here. Fascist movements, when they were initially forming, albeit in a much more violent time, engaged in street protests, and there were counter protests against it. Like I'm in favor of always exhausting all available options within the confines of liberal democracy. And I think what the problem is that a lot of people point to the endpoint of fascism and what they know is the endpoint of fascism and say, well, they have to be dealt with militarily and the time for that is now. I'm saying the time for that is not here, and I hope that it never gets there so that we can successfully resist against growing fascist movements that are born out of initially distractions or red herrings that put the crosshairs on some of the more vulnerable populations and try to deal with it within the existing confines of liberal democracy, and then try to get our politicians to address some of these material problems so that we don't have to exhibit the instability and even potentially a fascist form of governance that comes out of that instability that then at that point will be resisted against militarily through sabotage or through direct acts of war.
The issue that I have with your argument, Hasan, is this, is you're saying they're exhibiting, on the way to fascism. You can make that argument about Keir Starmer and go, we're on the way to communism. But you laugh, but there are people on the right who say that.
Yeah.
Right?
Do you feel like they're also
but that's not my
they're
point,
putting a crosshair on Keir Starmer when they say that?
Yeah, we don't have the same issues with communism, but I think if you describe people as communists in this country, I think you're putting the crosshairs on people. I really do, because there are people...
I get called a terrorist every day.
And I think that's disgusting. That's putting crosshairs on you.
Yeah.
And I absolutely, vehemently would say that is unacceptable. But my point is, when you use that language...
He literally is a terrorist, though.
Oh, that's also horseshit. Charlie Kirk was totally a fascist. Let's forget what he said about black people running airplanes.
Well, he was a bit racist, but I wouldn't call that fascist. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Language of fascism or communist, these are labels that have a very, very real emotional trigger to people, understandably so. And what you have in this country is, unfortunately, there is a decent swathe of the population who have severe mental illnesses, plus access to guns. And what inevitably happens is it leads to a Charlie
Every country has access to guns.
Kirk situation. Or it leads to somebody on the left like you, God forbid happening.
Oh, I get a lot of death.
Literally, the exact rifle used to assassinate Charlie Kirk is available in the UK without restriction. So that's just stupid.
threats. Don't worry.
No, but I do worry because it's a sign that a society is in crisis, and I agree. And I think that it's our responsibility, both people on this side, both people on your side, that we ratchet it down, Hasan.
I think that if we're talking about increasing the tension, people in positions of power have a lot more responsibility than random citizens that are, in many instances, reacting to that.
In all due respect, we're not random citizens. We've both successful. We've both got huge platforms.
But I was just talking about like the broader left that you were talking about that said like, oh, they're celebrating Charlie Kirk or whatever. But beyond that, in terms of applying analysis to the actions of any person, Charlie Kirk or Nick Fuentes or whoever, and say that these are people who are implementing a lot of bigoted tendencies, a lot of racist opinions, and moving the American political direction towards fascist governance. I don't think that saying that you shouldn't be able to say that because you're invoking violent sentiment against your political opposition is crazy. I don't mind if people call me a communist. I don't mind if they call me a terrorist. It's not true, and it certainly makes a lot of people very angry, and they want to talk to me all the time about how they want to kill me and come to my house. And
yeah, so not only has Hasan supported terror regimes and supported terror attacks, including 9/11, including the October 7th terror attack, so you could consider him a terrorist recruiter, because he is encouraging his audience to support Islamic terrorism and support acts of terrorism, but he has directly encouraged his audience to make homemade weapons to assassinate political leaders. He tweeted out basic plans to create the gun that assassinated the Japanese prime minister, and it was in response to some U.S. politician. So calling him a terrorist is entirely fair. That's not an overreach or being unreasonable. It's entirely fair to call Hasan a terrorist.
Murder me and my family, but it is unfortunately a part of the political discourse. I wish it didn't exist, but having said that,
Yeah, he's saying this while he was trying to convince his followers to assassinate political leaders.
Am never going to stop myself from making accurate assessments and warning people that at this stage, we are at the precipice of something far more dangerous, especially in Western liberal democracy, as liberalism is genuinely failing. And that collapse is most likely going to bring about a lot of fascist governance that will try to restore order in the most militant ways, and it will resemble historic fascist patterns.
Hasan, look, firstly, thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for entering into the spirit of debate in the way it's intended. Really appreciate it. Final question is...
Hasan, you are a fascist whether you admit it or not.
Yeah, he is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
It's always the same. What's the one thing we're not talking about that we really should be?
I mean, we did talk quite a bit about the collapse of liberalism around the globe. I guess in this instance, and I can't speak to all the other conversations that you guys have had, we didn't get to talk about Israel too much. And that's something that I wanted to talk about, which has also exhibited historical patterns of fascism in and of itself in a vein that is not dissimilar to what we're seeing in Western liberal democracies as well.
All right, well, we should have more time. Yeah. Maybe next time we can pick up some other.
We had a lot of good secrets at Westside Barbell, but one of the big ones was, and it wasn't really much of a secret because Louis told everybody about it, but it was the rolling tricep extension. I'm going to show you with pretty lightweight, and I'll try to show you with something a little heavier, because the heavier and the bigger the dumbbell, the exercise works better because you are trying to take advantage of momentum. You could do this on a regular flat or slight incline. Maybe I'll show you a little bit of both, but anyway, you're going to take the top of the bell. We're going to take the ST, it says ST20, right? So take that ST20, and we're going to drop that on the front delt as we go back here, okay? And this could be done legs up, legs down. I mean, if you want to do it with no leg drive, that was something that we did from time to time at Westside. And so we're taking the top of the bell, this part here, and we're just going to put it right here on our shoulder. And then we're going to roll back. That's the rolling dumbbell tricep extension. Get kind of a tight grip. And you roll back. And what's going to happen is as you go heavier and heavier, you're going to be rolling so much that you kind of press them out of there. But the idea is like, that's okay, because we want to be able to handle more weight, and we're doing this for pressing power. We're not doing this to develop a tricep that needs to look a certain way on an Olympia stage. And maybe if that was the case, maybe we'd want more range of motion. Maybe we want the elbows to be tucked in. Maybe we wouldn't want to make contact with the shoulder. All those arguments sound real, right? When we're talking about benching big, I bench 578 raw, 275. You want to take the tops of these bells, get them here, and get momentum to get that weight up. So you can actually...
I tore my tricep doing these. I broke this elbow doing mountain biking right where the tricep inserts. And then I did these, and then I had a slight, it was like a strain, basically. Wasn't a complete avulsion, but I strained my tricep tendon doing these after I broke my elbow.
Handle more weight. A large portion of the time we're talking about being able to handle a lot of weight. We're trying to find a lot of exercises that allow us to handle more weight. There's occasions where sometimes we're intentionally using less weight and trying to still get an effective dosage from a lighter weight. But for the most part, you're trying to like kind of overload your body. And 50 pounds is not a lot, 45 pounds is not a lot. These are by no means heavy, but they are heavy for a tricep extension. And I used to use, to give you guys an idea, I think you start getting into the 500 pound raw bench press mark, you're gonna start to use 60s, 70s. It was common at super training to see people use 100-pound dumbbells for hammer curls and rolling tricep extensions. And the hammer curl, I can show you that too. That was like kind of cheated in a way too. You take this here, get back into here. It doesn't have to be some strict tricep extension. We're gonna start here, drop the bell on the shoulder.
Yes, breathe into the mic.
Yes.
I love how this motherfucker has a wireless mic and he can't just put it on his hat.
Either across the body or slightly out in front of whatever side they were going towards. And just be like that. So either this way, and some people might just kind of look at that, or it'd be this way. They might look at some of the exercise I just showed, the hammer curl and the rolling tricep extension. You might think, oh man, you really cheated those weights. Well, it's not a competition. You know what we're doing here.
I fucking hate how YouTube is doing this stupid fucking shit.
This is not part of the competition. The competition was, for the people at Westside, and for myself, it was who can bench the most on the platform. So what we were working for was not some correct, really kinesthetically aware version of tricep extension. We were trying to get slabs of meat onto our triceps. And we'll insert a picture of Kenny Patterson in this video. His triceps were absolutely insane. 6 sets to 8 reps was the recommended dose. I don't know how Louis came up to those numbers, but he did. 6 sets to 8 reps, give it a try. Start low. Start low and understand that 6 sets at 8 repetitions, 1 time per week, is a lot more dumbbell tricep extensions than you've probably been doing before. And keep in mind that the elbow flexion and all that bending and all that stuff, you're doing it when you're doing your lat pull downs. It's being stressed when you're squatting, being stressed when you're benching, you're doing your seated rows. It's getting stressed. So take it low and slow, start with a lighter weight, mix the hammer curl in between that, and you're gonna see your arm size go up and you're gonna see your strength on your pressing motion.
What is most important is Gumbus. So all that really matters is Gumbus. Fuck all the other bullshit. Whoa. Do they show the female character? It looked like she had a huge ass. Yeah, Jesus Christ. On the fucking artwork, it looked like her ass was fucking gigantic. God damn it. Can't see her butt. The She-Hulk in the Marvel game is fucking incredible. Dude, I wish She-Hulk was real and I could eat her fucking asshole out all day. Oh my god, those big muscular cheeks. Eating ass is great. People are just like who judge me for eating ass, like you're just fucking stupid. You're gay and retarded and you just don't understand. Girls' butts drive me nuts, and I will fucking eat them all day. Yeah, green butthole. That'd be pretty hot. I really want to eat a Middle Eastern girl's asshole out. Be cool if I could find like some Afghan or Pakistani chick who's really hot, who's like left Islam or something. Somebody told me, I think it was somebody in chat, that he was seeing some Iranian chick or something, and the spices and stuff they eat makes their butt smell really nice. I kind of want to try sniffing and licking a Middle Eastern girl's butt. They have really nice buttholes too. There's at least one porn star that I think is like Afghan Muslim. She still identifies as Muslim, even though she's a porn star. She has a nice butthole. Oh. Here's Gummy. She's very noodly right now. She's a bit of a sleepy kitty. Hey, Gum Gum. How's my gummy? Is that a good gummy? My goodness, you're so big. He's a really large cat. Last I weighed him, he was 15 pounds. You're so big. You're really handsome, too. He's always hungry, though. That's the problem. He needs cat semaglutide. He needs catatrutide. Isn't that right? Oh, look at my little Gum Gum. So handsome. You know I love you? You're so big. You're so nice and big. I love big kitties. It's really nice cuddling with a big kitty. He's really fun to watch cartoons with and just shows. I like watching Stranger Things with this cat. I also like watching Spider-Man with this cat. And SpongeBob. He's so beautiful. Look at him looking around. He's looking around at stuff. Are you seeing things again?
You know, it's so funny how SJWs defend Islam when so many Middle Easterners leave those county-SBQs of Islam.
Yeah. I love how everybody leaves and will tell you it sucks and it's retarded, but then they try to defend it. Imagine if, like, everyone who gets their dick cut off is like, getting your dick cut off sucks. Don't do it. And then you got a group of people being like, no, what are you talking about? Getting your dick cut off is great, and they won't cut their dicks off. That's basically like the fucking people defending Islam. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Let's see, has he uploaded any more steroid-related content? I love this video. He was so high.
And the reason why I look like shit is because I just had surgery. And now, this is what I'm going to do to get healthy, to get over surgery faster. Since I have open wounds, I know exactly where to inject this. Right there, 20 on the insulin syringe is 30 test and 15 EQ. And in my body, it's only yielding 660 total test, 37 DHT, 6 estradiol, and with my 6 units of GH, a 293 IGF-1. And you're like, but Todd, how could you have a 293 IGF-1 from only a 6 estradiol? And the answer is the MENT. Right now, lifting.
My IGF-1 was 220 without being on anything. I never bothered getting it tested later because it's an expensive test and it just doesn't seem to really matter. Kind of curious what it is on 5IU's growth. I'm going to start injecting test again soon, like definitely within the next few days. Most of the water tension's like gone. I can actually sleep now too, without getting woken up in the middle of the night. All the nerve pain. Like my hands do still get numb here and there, but the crazy fucking nerve pain that I was getting when I was lying down is gone. Just fucking great. So I'll start with just the test, see how that goes. If that goes fine, I'll start adding in GH, and I'll start probably with 2 IUs, and just work up gradually from there and see if the GH was causing problems. And then if I go back to the doses I was on and I don't have the water tension issue, then I can rule it as like the boldenone that was causing the problems. What will I do if it comes back? Well, I'll lower the dose. That's I'll just use whatever dose I need to not get that side effect. I was fine on 210 per week. I was doing fine with 350 for quite a while. But yeah, I'm suspicious it had something to do with the boldenone. Because boldenone doesn't reach peak serum concentrations until like 3 months once you start taking it. And I think it was the boldenone, because the water retention was gradually getting more and more of a problem too. It's kind of weird. I've never really seen anybody have issues with water retention with boldenone, but who knows?
Just a lot of exercises at Westside. We utilized a lot, and one of my favorite ones was a dumbbell clean. Now, so it them exactly. I like to come in here underneath my body just a little bit, and then all we're going to do is we're just going to lift the chest up and back, and we're going to pull up and back. You could kind of finish it if you want to go up higher if you want, but you can also just come to right here. And this is upper back, rotator cuff. This is almost like a cheated rotator cuff movement. If you think about working your rotators, you usually just can only use like little tiny 2.5 or 5 pound dumbbells.
It's kind of interesting. I might try that, see how it feels. What's the goal? Well, the goal is to look like Kazuya Mishima from Tekken 8. So, just gotta hop back on the gear for that. I think it's been exactly 1 week since I stopped all the injections.
Hey, welcome back to Goals with Gary. So this is day 63 of Can a 56-year-old bench press 315 pounds? So just wanted to give you a couple of updates before we go to the gym.
I don't know if this guy ever weight trained before, but 315 is very hard for most people. And especially at 56, if you've never been athletic your entire life, that's going to be quite an accomplishment. How are IUs measured? I think it's, I'm not sure. For growth hormone, it's different for different compounds. For growth hormone, what is it? I think it's 3.3 milligrams is equivalent to 10 IUs. So growth hormone normally comes in 10 IU vials, and that's 3.3 milligrams. The highest concentration growth on the market is Serostim. That comes in 18 IU vials, which is like 6.1 or something milligrams, something like that. Well, good on him for wanting to lift weights. I don't know why I'm getting recommended these weird little channels. Oh, this game sucks. We tried playing it. Yeah, this game is actually garbage. Horrible, horrible fighting mechanics.
Bad news, VG. These pro-Hamas people refuse to quit.
Let me take a look.
The Jewish Council and Palestinian Action Group are speaking about protest laws.
The Bondi massacre never happen again. We wholeheartedly support gun reform legislation, for instance. But our actions must be informed by our solidarity.
If you were to ban all guns completely, these same people would just make homemade firearms, or they'd find some way to make a bomb. What's funny was that was their original plan. Their plan was to make bombs and try to kill as many people as possible with the bombs they made. Their plan B was the firearms. It just so happened that none of the bombs went off, and they ended up shooting people. Same thing happened with the Columbine shooting. They had actually made a bunch of bombs that didn't go off, and their plan B was to commit the shooting. Like, it's always women, by the way. Women are fucking retarded when it comes to firearms. Ban the scary thing that I don't like. Problem solved. How are criminals ever going to get a gun? Like, they're so fucking retarded. It's just unreal.
And our shared values, not punitive policies.
I am never playing that PS2 game, iNinja. That is never fucking happening. I didn't want to play that stupid fucking game when it came out. Not fucking playing it now.
And divisive politics. We call on the Minsk government and members of the New South Wales Parliament not to politicize our grief and not to capitalize on our tragedy, not to pass laws that stifle our freedoms and punish us for our commitment to justice. We can...
You are all literal anti-Semites, and you can fuck yourselves.
Only heal and recover from this tragedy and ensure that our communities are safe by standing together as an entire...
Yeah, I heard about the two guys planning on taking over an entire island so that they can get laid. That is baffling that they never got the idea to just buy prostitutes. You don't even have to spend that much money. Like, yeah, if you want to buy a really high-end escort, that costs money, but there's cheap whores. like, dude, there's desperate people on fucking Craigslist that you can just find. A lot of prostitution isn't even, like, explicit. Like, Blaha kind of worked out a fucking deal with some chick. So, like, it's just fucking insane how they would have figured it would be easier to get laid to take over an island, get military training and all this shit, versus just paying for fucking prostitutes. It's so fucking baffling. Like, there's a lot of broke dudes, too, who pay for prostitutes. You know, they just save up, you know, a couple $100 at the end of the month, and then they buy a prostitute. Fucking weird. Like, you'd also think looks maxing, you know, like taking steroids, going to the gym, getting jacked, maybe working on your social skills. You'd think that would also be a little easier than getting military training and trying to take over an entire island. Like, those dudes have to be so fucking retarded and delusional. Like, I've never seen anything that crazy.
Entire community against hateful atrocities. Thank you.
Thank you, Nama. My name's Josh Lees from the Palestine Action Group here in Sydney.
Oh, yeah, and buying a prostitute is cheaper than a girlfriend, too.
And like everyone else, the Palestine Action Group was, of course, absolutely shocked and horrified by the Bondi attack, which was a revolting act of anti-Semitism and violence which caused so much death and suffering. The people to blame for that attack are those killers who carried it out, who in turn apparently were inspired by the twisted ideology of ISIS. Now, anyone who knows anything about ISIS knows that they are completely opposed to the cause of Palestinian liberation and always have.
I don't think they are. ISIS position on Palestine. They're ideologically opposed to Hamas, but I don't think they're actually against the idea of Hamas taking over Israel. The Islamic State maintains a position of hostility towards all parties involved in the Palestine conflict, including Israel and Palestinian Authority, and especially Hamas, which it views as an apostate nationalist organization. ISIS ideology fundamentally at odds with Palestinian nationalism. It seeks a global caliphate rather than a Palestinian nation state. Hamas wants a caliphate, so this seems like misinformation. I think ISIS's position would be they would preferentially have Hamas or some Islamist group in the area, like Iran, Hezbollah, Houthis, you name it, destroy Israel. I would imagine they hate Jews more than they hate fellow Muslims. Like, I guess they don't technically consider them Muslims, but they're closer to Islam than fucking Israel is. ISIS condemns Hamas for participating in democratic elections and legislative processes. They don't conduct elections, which it considers a violation of divine law, acceptance of man's sovereignty over God's rule. They don't have elections. They had, like, they took advantage of the election process so that they could gain power. But this seems like misinformation. Alliances denounces Hamas's alliance with Iran, other Shia groups whom it considers to be heretics, ISIS says historically. Well, Hamas is Hamas Sunni? Hamas is Sunni, right? Yeah. Yeah, so even though they're Sunni, they are getting support from Shia. This doesn't sound quite right. The Islamic State's response to October 7th attack has centered on shifting their message to argue that attacks on targets within IS pre-existing areas of operation are relevant. In part, the Islamic State's reticent response can be explained by the group's ideology, which has long prioritized the establishment of the caliphate and territorial control of rhetoric or operations related to the Palestinian cause. Islamic State has repeatedly criticized Hamas over the years for its nationalist agenda and alliance with Iran. Al-Qaeda, in contrast, they're not just nationalist. Al-Qaeda, in contrast, has long emphasized the Palestinian cause and its ideology, which focused on the expulsion of non-Muslim entities. Another factor behind the Islamic State's slow response is its lack of an organizational presence within Israel-Palestine, likely due to Israel's robust security, blah, blah, blah. It just seems like they're kind of... So, like, this seems like misinformation to me. Seems like they just disagree with some of their leadership strategy and not promoting, like, the true Islamic message, but the idea that ISIS would not be in favor of Hamas destroying Israel, even from, like, a geopolitical tactical standpoint to them, you'd think ISIS would want that because it would just create more instability in the region for them to actually establish a foothold.
Have been, and of course, that they would violently oppose our movement that we have built against that genocide in this country and all around the world, where we have seen millions of people march, as Nama just said, side by side.
Canada decided to recognize Palestine as a state because we have a prime minister who's a beta cuck faggot who hates Jews. And he decided to bend to the knee of these anti-Semitic pieces of shit because the Liberal Party wants to get as many votes as possible. And they know that there are regions of the country with a lot of Muslims and a lot of anti-Semitic fuckwits. So because they have absolutely no morals whatsoever, they decided to promote anti-Semitism. That's why the Canadian government decided to recognize Palestine as a state. I'm hoping once the Conservatives get in, they, like, reverse that. But yeah, it's absolutely pathetic.
Side from all different backgrounds and faiths, including thousands and thousands of members of the Jewish community standing together to oppose the racist violence being meted out to the people from Gaza, or people of Gaza. And we have always, and we reiterate, our complete opposition to all forms of racism, including, of course, anti-Semitism. And that is a message we
Yeah, right. That's why you're promoting anti-Semitism.
have made repeatedly for the past...
Fuck these people. It's all just gaslighting. The pro-Palestine movement is just a anti-Jewish fucking movement. They just hate Jews, and it's all just gaslighting nonsense. Globalize the Intifada. Globalize the Intifada. Someone goes and globalizes the Intifada. Oh, we denounce this. We didn't mean, like, kill Jews when we said globalize the Intifada, even though that's what the Intifada was, and that's what it means. Like, I fucking hate them. Oh god, I just hate them so fucking much, dude. They can just go fuck themselves.
Yakutsk, my hometown, a place where winter is so harsh.
This is literally hell for me. I think the only place that that might be worse is, like, the Congo. Like, if you're near a war zone, or, you know, like, Sudan right now. Like, those are the only parts of the world that could possibly be worse. Like, literal war zones where you could just get tortured and killed or something. But outside of those situations, like, this is literally just fucking hell. Look at this shit. Like, it's just fucking... Who are the idiots who thought, yeah, let's live here?
It feels like living on another planet. Yet, we have found ways to adapt, and food plays a crucial role in that. From shopping at the world's coldest markets to the hearty meals that keeps us warm and fueled.
You know, it's funny, that has to be the least gross meat market because everything's automatically frozen because it's outside.
I will show you what a typical day...
Yeah, it looks like they eat like shit. Yeah, that looks like sausages. I don't know what the fuck that is. Fish. Got some potatoes here, I guess. Dude, I got some purple sweet potatoes. I don't know why nobody sells purple sweet potatoes. Like the actual purple sweet potatoes with the purple flesh. Dude, they're like fucking candy. I fucking love those things. I found one store that's like 30 minutes away that sells them. But I don't know why more people don't sell them. They're so fucking awesome.
That keeps us warm and fueled. I will show you what a typical day of eating looks like and how we survive in the coldest city on earth. I start my day with breakfast, one of the most important meals here in Yakutia. It needs to be hearty and packed with calories to prepare us for the cold ahead. Today I am making traditional Yakutian pancakes, a simple mix of flour,
Oh no, seed oils, they're all gonna die.
water, milk and egg. Fried in oil, they're quite fatty, but that's exactly what keeps us fueled for the day. Another dish is whipped cream with frozen berries. This refreshing and delicious treat is often enjoyed with pancakes. We use a special Yakutian wooden whipper to make it light and fluffy, a perfect complement to the meal.
Yeah, that's stupid and gay.
Yakutia, having two breakfasts is completely normal. Temperatures make it nearly impossible to grow food locally, so most of our food is transported from the warmer regions thousands of kilometers away, which drives up cost. We have a large supermarkets in Yakutsk where you can find almost everything, but prices are about double those in central Russia. Vegetables and fruits are limited and very expensive. Tomatoes, for example, cost around $10 for just 500 grams.
Jeez.
This is steep, especially considering the average monthly wage here is about $800. By the way, I lost the audio from this grocery shopping video, so if it looks like I am talking to the camera without sound, now you know why.
Yeah, fuck
Canned
this shit.
beef or tushonka is still very popular here. Older generations remember it as a staple during food shortages across the former Soviet Union. It's affordable at just $2 per can, lasts up to 15 years and still reminds us of childhood. It pairs perfectly with pasta for a hearty, simple meal. Another local favorite is rusk, a twice-baked bread with unique flavors like jellied meat with horseradish, my personal favorite. Grocery shopping can get expensive fast. Essentials like meat, dairy, and staples often cost more here than in other regions. A
Wonder if they have tofu.
week's grocery for one person can easily total $150, even without luxury items like fresh fruits, vegetables, or salmon.
How in the fuck does, like, nobody makes money here. How the fuck do they afford anything? Like, there can't be rich people living here. Like, if you were rich, why the fuck would you live here?
Sanctions have also impacted what's available on shelves. Many imported products are limited. To adapt, Russia has introduced local alternatives like Dobry, a Coca-Cola substitute that translates to kind cola. Now, most imported goods come from China, including drinks like Fanta, Pepsi, and Sprite. While familiar brands remain on shelves, they are often slightly different from what you would find elsewhere. Frozen products are common and generally cheaper than fresh one. Chicken is not very popular here because it's mostly imported, so we tend to eat locally raised beef and horse meat. Frozen chicken costs around $10 per kilogram.
Yeah, so they really eat bad. So very little vegetables and lots of frozen or canned meat. Perfect for you.
Olive oil is another luxury. Most people use sunflower oil, which costs just $2, while a bottle of Borges olive oil can set you back $20, double what it costs in the United States.
Jeez.
Coffee is also a luxury, as most brands are imported. A pack of Starbucks pods costs $11 for only 10 pods. Many people stick to instant coffee or local brands.
Yeah, I've got a few Lotto Max tickets. Hopefully I win. It's my Christmas wish.
To save money, but if you're after premium options, they come with premium prices. Now let's move on to drinks. We visited a store that sells alcohol, as in Yakutia alcohol is only sold in special licensed shops. These stores operate under strict rules. They're open only from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. This law is meant to reduce alcohol consumptions and prevent excessive buying. It's a unique system, but it's just how things are done here. When it comes to wine, the selection is quite limited. Most good wines are produced abroad in places like France or Italy, but they are hard to come by here. Instead, most wines available are from Georgia or Armenia. They are more affordable and easier to import. So if you're a wine lover, the choices here are fewer and can be quite pricey. For lunch, most office workers here head to canteen. It's fast, affordable, and serves comforting home-style meals. While we do have restaurants offering Japanese, Korean, Chinese, Italian cuisine, locals usually save those for weekends or dinners. For lunch, budget-friendly and quick spots like canteens are the go-to choice.
Рыба по-королевски, курица в сливочном, конина, котлеты чисто говяжьи.
Today I've come to a typical canteen serving traditional Yakutian and Russian dishes. Whenever I go to the canteen, I tend to overdo it. This time is no different. I've ended up with a full 3-course meal. I've got a traditional Yakutian fried pie, Russian salad mimosa, offal soup, fermented horse milk, and mashed potatoes with horse meat.
They eat a lot of horse. The fuck?
All for just $8.
Tonight I am going to my auntie's and uncle's house for a dinner, and I need to buy some extra food from the local market in Yakutsk.
You've probably seen the outdoor market in my previous videos, the coldest market in the world, where people work outside even in temperatures as low as -50 degrees Celsius. Here you can buy meat, fish, frozen milk, berries, and much more. Everything is completely solid frozen, so there is no need for refrigerators. The outside air is already colder than any freezer. People here work from early morning until evening, bundled up in multiple layers to stay warm. I can't imagine how challenging it must be to work in such freezing conditions. After just 10 minutes at the market, I could feel the cold creeping through my clothes and my feet felt frozen, like thousands of needles piercing my skin, noses, and fingers.
This is gonna be gross.
Auntie Ludmila is preparing blood sausage and
Oh
traditional
yeah, here we
Yakutian
go. This
fish
is
and carp.
just disgusting.
This fish was caught by my uncle. For dessert, my uncle is
Oh
frozen.
my god, this is just
Horse meat.
Yeah, they just eat like shit. Oh my god, that's gross.
If I had a sample of their poison. Indian, I am Indian. I am fucking Indian. Please help me. I'm a fucking Indian. Please help. Sir.
I don't know what the deal with all the Indian hate is. It's kind of weird. Like, I guess they are taking away jobs, but I mean, You could blame the people who allow them to come here. Chrysal or
Hello,
Chrysal
I'm Louise
Theatre
Blaine,
of Idols.
creative lead here at Blumhouse Games, and I'm back with the second episode in our Chrysal Theatre of Idols Setting the Stage series. If you missed the first video, you can click the link on screen now to find out more about the origins and inspirations behind the cursed island. In Chrysal also replicate the suffering of their real-life counterparts, often crying or agonisingly tortured. And one big difference from other games is that headshots, well, they don't make a single bit of difference. Giant church candles.
I don't know, this kind of reminds me a little too much of Bioshock. Bioshock is one of the most overrated games of all fucking time. It's just not good. It just is not very good.
In 2017, a documentary called The Problem with Apu premiered. If you know who Apu is, he was a prominent supporting character in the TV series The Simpsons. He owned the Quickie Mart store that Homer Simpson would frequent and was married and had a family. He was a fan favorite for a while. Unlike many of the other characters within The Simpsons, Apu stood out by being a working family man versus dim-witted characters like Homer and Chief Wiggum. So if Apu was such a beloved character, what was the problem that made everybody turn their back on him and make Matt Groening regret making the character? Or at least regret how Apu was portrayed. He was voiced by Hank Azaria, a white man. Yep, that was the sin of all sins. Hank Azaria playing Apu, which nobody for decades had a problem. So who was leading the charge, you ask? Hari Kanablo, or however
Yeah, fucking weak-ass bitch beta male.
you pronounce his name. Now I'm sure most of you are gonna ask, who? Because that was my response. I had never heard of this guy before this. Even now I don't know who he is. And after doing some research on him, well, this documentary...
You is best.
Well, thank you for that, BOI. I appreciate that, and thanks for the donation, dude.
...is his claim to fame. He has never been in any big movies or shows in a prominent role. He doesn't even have any stand-up specials on streaming where he's headlining. So if your claim to fame is a crappy documentary, then...
Oh. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh. Oh. I just noticed my my knee was in a really annoying position. So yeah, I was going to install these mods for RE4. Tactical first person mode. Aim stances. Customize in menu. I don't know if the lean thing matters. Install order. VR weapon pack with always show rifle add-on. Weird. Okay. I think we can manage that. We have, yeah. Script core? The fuck is this? Okay, so you just install that with Mod Manager. Ugh. I have to pee. Is this gonna fucking download? Oh my god. Alright, give me a minute. I gotta take a piss. See if it's the one that Trump put tariffs on. Penguin Island? Yeah, see if it has a match for that. Gay, 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 gay. Hello, you fucking dickheads. What were we trying to download? Script thing. What is this shit? I guess I'll... Yeah, this one. Okay, and then maybe we should load Mod Manager first. Make sure we got that weird thing. So RE framework. What in the fuck? Guess turn that on. And then we have to, what was the fucking order? Tactical FPS mode. VR weapon plaque, classic. Okay. So VR weapon pack. Do I only need the weapon pack? VR weapon packs with always show rifle add-on. Optional files. So do I... Maybe this would be an RE framework? I don't see textures, animations. Oh, nothing. MISC. Jesus.
I started posting street outreach conversations in French on TikTok/ig/. I'm always nice to people. But it seems like whatever I post, carnists will criticize. I understand it means I touched the right audience. How to deal with the hate?
Stop giving a fuck. All these people are dumb fuck loser retards. What do you give a shit what a bunch of dumb fuck loser retards think? So you're trying to convince them to be vegan, not to be your friend or whatever. And most of these people are also beyond fucking stupid. Like, what do you expect? I mean, they're obviously going to be some of the stupidest, most dumb shit, retard, fuckwit people you've ever seen.
How is you light-skinned, jacked and damn near rich yet you get no bitches nigga? When you just gonna accept that you're an incel, mulatto, runaway slave-having motherfucker?
Steph Curry can't make his bitch happy, then we have no fucking shot. This man is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. He's 6'3" and he's light skinned. And his bitch is still complaining.
There is no point in trying to make women happy because that is an impossibility. The way their brain works, they can't be happy. They always have to worry or complain about something. So your goal in the relationship is not to make a woman happy. It's to just keep her in line. Don't have her bitch. Don't have her complain. Don't have her tell you what to do. Just make sure you give her daily tasks to do, like keep her mouth shut, go to work, pay bills, clean the house a bit, have some sex, watch TV with you. Like, you don't try to make women happy. You just tell them what to do. And if they don't listen, you leave. It's that simple. So yeah, there's some red pill truth for you. But yeah, don't. I'm not an incel because that would mean involuntarily celibate. I just can't be fucked anymore. I'm not interested in dealing with stupid fucking children, so if I ever met a woman who doesn't play games and, you know, she's cool and everything, then, you know, sure. Maybe I'd be open to dating, but everyone wants to play games. I'm not interested in playing games, and that's where we're at right now. Why in the fuck can't I find this fucking mod? I don't know why the hell. Oh, hot dog cat. I gotta install that. Yeah, why in the fuck? I don't even see it in MISC. So wait. It would... It would have to be in the weapons list, right? Because it's the VR DLC pack. Is it just under a weird fucking name? Oh, VR mode DLC pack. There we go. I'm stupid. I'm not stupid, I just don't think of some of these things. Okay, so that's... Classic RE4 laser. I don't know if that would be in MISC. I think this is at least alphabetical. Is it in framework? We're in the... I wish they'd tell you where the fuck it ends up in the mod manager. It's not universal laser. I don't know if this is a stupid thing where I have to, like, restart it again for it to work. It is. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Nice. So these have to be relatively easy lifts for him. Yeah, he's strong. It's pretty impressive. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. And realistic rate of fire. Eh. And dodge, roll, sprint. Guess I don't really need this one, but why not? Do I already have this? Okay, this is 2.3, so this is a later version. Okay. And I think we might just fuck around with some of these models. Village Winchester. I think that replaces the that one semi-auto gun or something. Silver Ghost Tactical. Definitely want that. Uzi 9mm. Alright, let's fuck around and try this. Oh, 1440p. My most despised resolution. That's great. So the game's starting on my second screen for some reason, which is exactly what I want. How? fucking how? Are you fucking serious? Okay, well, we're gonna have to fix that. Why? I don't understand. It's... There's no... There's no, option to have it display on what screen, and it just started on my second screen? Why? Why is it on my second screen? Oh, Jesus. Why? If this could possibly be a problem, why wouldn't they have an option for you to be able to control what screen the fucking display is on? Do I literally have to unplug my one monitor for this to fucking work properly? Oh my fucking god. Is there any fucking reason why I can't, like, just have something work when I start it up? I don't know why it's too much to ask. Is this gonna fix it? There we go. That's nice. Thank you. That's an improvement. Oh. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's nice. TAA kinda sucks usually. I'm gonna leave that off, just see how that goes. I don't know if I can... I think I can run 8 just fine on this. All right. Start a new game. Just play on standard. I don't wanna rage too much.
September 30th, 1998. It's a day I'll never forget. The cop inside me died that day. And that night, Raccoon City was wiped out, thanks to the bioweapons created by Umbrella. Somehow I made it out, but too many others weren't so lucky. I was asked later to join a top-secret government program. Not that I had a choice. The training, punishing missions, nearly killed me. But at least I kept my mind off everything. If I could just forget what happened that night, the pain, even for a second. This time, it can be different. It has to.
So tell me, Yankee, why did you come to this horrible place? As close to nowhere that I've ever seen.
Let's just say, looking for someone.
Oh, here's a
That
cat.
someone must be very important, huh?
Hello, cat.
The chief gave the orders himself. Help him, he said.
Can I help you, Mr.
Sure, your
Cat?
boys didn't come all the way out here to roast marshmallows.
There's my big brown boy.
You have a strange sense of humor. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Just between us.
My god, you're so cat-like.
A lot of people have gone missing around here. And it's been
Wow.
that way for a while now.
Oh my god.
Should be just another day in the office, right?
He's so big.
I mean, last week there was
Love
a
my
search for
big
some
kitty.
missing hikers.
I'm sure you'll do your best to help me.
I think this is it. Nature calls, huh? I'll be right back.
Well, to be fair, the missing girl is pretty hot.
¿Te has bebido el bar entero?
Leon's a faggot, though, so he never made a move.
You smoke?
Imagine being as gay as Leon. Some, like, fucking hot-ass young girl throws herself at you after you save her, and you're like, nah.
Vaya sitio más tétrico.
Made a little more sense in the original because Ashley looked underage, but this one she looks like she's like an adult. She was also a lot more obnoxious in the original game. This one she's like just nice. It's kind of funny how they changed the tone of the game a lot in the remake. Ashley being kind of a brat was funny in the original. You know what's really gay too? For the VR release, they made it so you can't look up her skirt. That was so stupid. Like, oh my god, dude, what's society coming to?
You better go. and
Can't
take
even
a
look up a girl's skirt in a fucking video game.
Oh, what's the car? Wouldn't want to get a parking ticket.
So much for helping me.
They should make a game where you search for, like, a cat. That'd be awesome. Alright, first person mode. The sprinting does feel a little weird. Okay, and you can roll.
How far could he have gone?
Gross. Poor animals. Well, good thing we came here to murder everybody.
Anyone home?
Judgment is knee. I don't know what's going on with Patrick's video game. Hey, Gummy. That's a good gum.
Busco a un policía. ¿Vino aquí?
It's kind of funny how Leon just absolutely kicked the fucking shit out of him, broke his fucking neck.
This is not good.
Alright. So how do you, what is he doing there when you press F? Okay. I kind of want to know how to aim down sight.
Man, that stinks.
Let me see if there's a instruction thing on the mod page. Where was the thing? One-handed. Right-click F. I don't know why you'd want to be right-handed. Enables first-person mode, custom aim stances animation, toggle between first, third. Toggle F10. Controller. Iron sight modifier equals right mouse, iron sight toggle EXO, mouse extra button. So do I have to set that? Oh, I see. Okay, cool. Alright. Well, I guess that works. The red dot doesn't work. That's unfortunate. Alright, well, we got that. You know what's really lame and gay? They never released a fucking VR mode for the PC. That was so fucking lame of Capcom to do that.
Hey. I read you. What's your situation? What the hell's going on? What was that? No fucking way. This just keeps getting worse.
You can see the parasite. See, Sengoku no Tellers lifting weights is the most healthy physical activity one can do. It triggers me hearing calisthenic bros online trying to degrade lifting as non-functional. Yeah, it's non-functional, but if somebody needed to lift something heavy off of somebody to save their life, guess who's going to be better at it?
My name is Catherine Keene. I am 95 and a world record deadlifter. Thank you.
There we go.
Easy. In competition, I have won every event that I have entered. It's been very easy for me, simply because no one my age was doing it.
It's kind of sad that, like, older people who'd benefit the most from lifting just don't, and they just wither away and die like a bunch of fucking retards.
Is this really your last one? I'm thinking about it. I really am.
Okay, last one! Deep breath! Chest up! Chest up!
Wish me luck.
Well, good for her. Yeah, the calisthenics bros and the functional lifting dipshits, like, they're just fucking faggots. It's all a cope for being weak. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku. You gotta watch your step there. It's dangerous. Got some piss jars. Ugh. Isn't there like a thing here? Was there a thing back there that's worth getting? I think there is. Oh shit. God damn it, I can't see anything. I forgot, yeah, this is a little janky when you're turning around. You're, like, blocked by your own jacket, basically. I gotta get used to that. I forgot, you can't just shoot them in the knee, you have to get the stun thing. Probably another good reason to just play on normal mode. Not do too hard of a difficulty. Yeah, this is first person RE4.
Bruce, this is Condor 1.
Hunnigan here. What's your sit rep?
President's daughter, Baby Eagle. It's likely she's in this village.
Our intel was correct then. Well done.
Need a location on a nearby lake. She may have been taken there.
Copy that. I'll see what I can find.
Hurry up. Something's happened to the people here. My escorts are... Gotta go. Talk later. I'll let myself out.
Spaghetti. We're gonna need, I kind of want to get rid of this, stupid fucking, red dot sight now, because it doesn't technically work with first person mod. I don't really like the sound of the silencer, too. It's not that great. Oh, I should have shot the crow. Fuck. Sweet. It's a typewriter, right? Where should I save to? I'll just save it here. I'm gonna just uninstall the one handgun mod. Maybe install a sexy Ashley mod. Because this would work way better without that weird pistol. Weapons. So fuck the Silver Ghost. Let's just keep everything else the same. Gantz, naked body. I'm gonna try not to show that. Near Ashley. Panties with shoes. That works. Don't know what the reverse lingerie, that's definitely... Not sure about leather underwear? Yeah, that's alright, it's tasteful. No skirt. I kind of like that. Yeah, that's cute. We'll go with that. And that'll be good for now. Hunnigan's not... She's not hot. Ashley in this game's pretty fucking hot. Oh god, is it doing it again? Oh jeez, why? Am I gonna have to do that whole fucking thing again? Oh, thank god. That is so stupid. Okay, now we can actually aim. We can turn off the laser if we want. There's two of them, aren't there? Where's the other guy? Eh. Dude, why is turning around so fucking hard? Yeah, this is a little awkward to turn around. Or shoot you in the butt. Don't think they're Mexican. I'm pretty sure they're Spanish. Those are heads. It's kind of weird too, because it looks like the vendor. It's kind of funny how the parasite they're infected with makes them act like Muslims. Fucking granny. Kill you, bitch. Alright, let's make a break for it.
Here we go.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
Okay, we gotta do a bunch of shit. Alright, and...
Oh, nice.
Alright, we got the shotgun. Grenade.
Let's see you climb this.
Here you go.
Shit! Ah, fuck! Ah, fuck you, bitch! Oh my god, why can't I move? Yay. I definitely need more of these. Oh shit! I only have one more round of ammo. Fucking troglodytes. Ooh, an egg. Why am I getting so much, getting a lot of gunpowder and shit, but I can't make any ammo yet. I need resources. Ugh. Son of a bitch. I think if I go up there, it'll... Give me ammo. Dude, oh my god, turning around is a fucking nightmare. Oh jeez. Please give me ammo. No ammo, thank you. Okay, there's gotta be, like, something here. Hand grenade. Really? Okay, yeah, that'll work. Okay, finally. Okay, aiming and turning seems to be the way to go.
La campana. Al que obedecería.
Él nos invoca. Tenemos que servir. Al Lord Saddler Todopoderoso.
Gum Gum, you're so beautiful. Say the line. He's gonna say it.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
There we go.
Roost to Condor 1. I've identified a route to the lake. Look for a large windmill. There's a path on the far side of it.
Windmill. Copy that.
And be careful. Roost out.
All right. And we got the thing. Oh, missed handgun rounds there. Okay, there should be some stuff we can pick up here. Chicken. I love chickens. Chickens are good. I think there's another one of those things hiding in one of the other closets in the other house. Yeah, they're gonna jump out of there, aren't they? Can't remember if they jump out of there or not. Chicken. My god, you can get so close to the chickens now. I love chickens. Chickens are good. Yeah, I played the Serious Sam games. They're not good. I don't know why they're a thing. can't remember if there's a guy in there. Is there a guy in here? No. Ruby.
There it is.
Chicken. Does make it easier to make long shots. See if we can load a game and look at Ashley's butt. Where's Ashley's butt? Let me see if I can find a save where her butt would be in. Pretty sure her butt would be in here. I guess in first person we could get a really good look at her ass too. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's not ideal. That's a shame. Well, the game crashed.
The FBI just accidentally released 11,000 Jeffrey Epstein files that they hadn't publicly put out yet, but we got access to them. And at the end of this video, I'm gonna show you how to access them. Here's what that looks like. It's volume 8 of the files, but you can see right now that they've only released 7 data sets. And so myself, the guys at Gmail, and the guys at Dropsite, we've been investigating this. I partnered with them to kind of look at some of these files, and they got access to volume 8 early. You would just type it in the URL. It wasn't like indexable on search, but you could just type in the specific URL and it would just come up. You could download the entire zip file, and that's what we did. We've been looking through it. I want to go over some of it because I believe some of what we've seen directly contradicts the FBI's earlier statement.
Yeah, the game like literally didn't want me to look at her ass. Maybe we can try one more time.
That, oh, there's no evidence, or we did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. That's what they told us, right? They said, we've already looked through the files. You don't need to see the files back in July. Of course, all the pressure has made them now start releasing some of this stuff. And we believe that this was slated for release, but remember, they weren't going to release all the files yet. They had to hold some back. Well, we believe that these 11,000 files are part of what they held back, because clearly they aren't out, and clearly they were ready, because a lot of these are redacted. I mean, already you can see we found several files that were, once again, over 100 pages of redacted information. So it was all ready to be released. It's unclear why it wasn't. But let me caveat before we get into the material that this is a breaking story, and as such, I'm sure there's going to be some pieces of information that we are interpreting, or Todd Blanche, Pam Bondi, they're going to get asked about this because it is extremely damning, I think, what we see in some of this. Specifically, I want to draw your attention immediately to the 10 co-conspirators that are mentioned in some of these emails in 2019. Now, this is just alarming stuff, because prior to this, remember that all we really had was Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. That's the only people who have ever faced any charges at all. Ghislaine Maxwell, the only one who actually faced consequences, right? But in 2019, apparently there were 10 co-conspirators. Now, the people who were sending this to and from have been blacked out, but at the bottom we see that this is the Violent Crime Section, Crimes Against Human Trafficking Unit. And we can see that of the 10 co-conspirators, 3 have been located in Florida, served grand jury subpoenas, 1 in Boston, 1 in New York City, 1 in Connecticut were served. 4 out of the 10 are outstanding with attempts having been made. What is a wealthy businessman in Ohio? A lead is being sent to CV, and the remaining 3 are currently out of pocket. This is stunning stuff. Previously, we did not know how many co-conspirators were suspected of, or I'm not aware of anything like that. And additionally, some of the details on this are revealed later because we see this subject line. It says co-conspirators at the top. And it says, blank does not need to head out. We made contact with blank last night in New York City. Blank last night in New York. Contact was made with blank, blank, and blank. By the way, I love how these potential co-conspirators are people who are being blacked out. Like, why? I thought the whole point of this was you couldn't redact people for personal information reasons or for public embarrassment. You could only redact on the basis of it being a victim. And I'm not sure how these people could possibly be victims here.
Epstein Files Transparency Act prohibits redaction.
There has to be... This has to be so it doesn't lead back to Trump or something. They're protecting people.
Quote, on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. Has anything been redacted on that basis?
Absolutely, positively not. But anyways, you can see that it says attempts were made to blank and Brunel. That's Jean-Luc Brunel, the famous who's now dead. Blank is confirmed to live in New York, was away for the holiday weekend. We did not have a good address, but an attempt was made in New York. Attempts are made to Maxwell today. Blank, you get it. Like, it's all the people they suspected this whole time are redacted, of course. And they say, I do not know about Ohio contacting Wexner. Now, that's a reference to Les Wexner, the former CEO of Victoria's Secret. This is huge. We've long suspected that he was, of course, one of the co-conspirators. And obviously, the fact the FBI suspected it isn't a 100% proof confirmation, but clearly they were serving grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that must be who they're talking about, one wealthy businessman in Ohio, because later it's confirmed by this whole idea of Ohio contacting Wexner. And you can see at the bottom, this is from the FBI New York. When you get a chance, give me an update on the status of the 10 co-conspirators. This is really bad to know that we knew as early as 2019 the right people to target, and yet our FBI, who's had evidence of this the entire time, or leads on it, has declined to prosecute, right? Because this is what the FBI now tells us. Oh, don't bother. Don't worry about it. That's what they wanted us to believe in July. Fast forward to December, we find out there's 10 guys that they knew about since like 6 years ago. You know, it's insane. Even over here, we see that in one of the lawsuits, I believe this is with Maxwell, the government actually wanted to refer to people at trial as co-conspirators of the defendant, aka Maxwell, for the purposes of a rule. And then they say Jeffrey Epstein, and then there are two names listed there who are going to be listed as co-conspirators. Again, who are those people? We were told that the only co-conspirator now is Maxwell, and if you don't believe that, you're crazy, you're a conspiracy theorist. But back in 2020, this was an idea not just promulgated by wackos, it was promulgated by who? The FBI themselves, the Department of Justice. Look at this. Co-conspirator question transcript. This is from USA NYS. They say, question, when Jeffrey Epstein died, a lot of people asked, who's next? Is the government going to hold people who are accused of helping him recruit these girls? Are they going to hold them accountable? And then the answer is, well, I'll note that the original charges against Jeffrey Epstein contained a conspiracy charge.
That is absolutely fucking bizarre. I know there's people who are trying to move to impeach Trump over this because he's violating the law by not releasing the files.
The wrong people. Like, while Todd Blanche is concerned about Ghislaine Maxwell's safety and well-being, you've got Trump concerned about the people who are going to be unfairly implicated in the Jeffrey Epstein files, rather than worrying about how to catch the people that we obviously let go through the cracks.
The victims were protesting that too many of them were redacted.
I know there are a lot of people that are angry about all of the pictures of other people, you know, but I think it's terrible. Look, I like Bill Clinton. I've always gotten along with Bill Clinton. I've been nice to him. He's been nice to me. We've always gotten along. Respect him. I hate to see photos come out of him, but this is what the Democrats, mostly Democrats and a couple of bad Republicans, are asking for. So they're giving their photos of me, too. Everybody was friendly with this guy. I think it's a terrible thing. I think Bill Clinton's a big boy. He can handle it. But you probably have pictures being exposed of other people that innocently met Jeffrey Epstein years ago, many years ago.
Now, I'll be honest, he gets off track from here, but the point he was making is that those poor, innocent, you know, bankers who were meeting with Epstein, the poor lawyers who were meeting with Epstein, like all of it.
Yeah, this just all reeks of cover-up. Absolutely reeks. Trump has to have had something to fucking do with it. Like, just had to have. It's just bizarre how hard he's trying to suppress everything. Like, there's no other explanation for it. Okay, we'll try one more time to look at Ashley's butt. Girls' butts drive me nuts. Butts are just great. Wish I could just go around and if I saw a pretty girl, just stick my thumb up their butt. That'd be nice. Cool having like a Matrix-like reality where there's no consequences and you're like you rule that world basically. It'd be really fun. Okay, let's try to load a different section, maybe. Okay, this seems to be loading. Where's that? Ah, what the fuck? Was it a different costume? I loaded the thing. Maybe the mod just doesn't work. That fucking sucks. I want to see her asshole. God damn it. The fucking mod just doesn't work. What a bitch, dude. What a load of bullfuck. Alright. Well, I'm tired. I'm gonna go to bed. Well... hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. We will do stuff again tomorrow, as we normally do. So, I'll see you all then. But in the meantime, search for some good Ashley sexy mods. And we can look up Ashley's butt in first person in RE4. Jaquavius Cumberdale donated to others. How much red yeast rice are you taking? I'm taking like 8 3-milligram tablets just to see what it does. What is it? It's I can't remember the dose. It recommends 2 tablets 3 times a day, so I don't know what dose that is. I stopped taking it for the last like couple weeks. But once I start the testosterone again, I'm gonna go back on it. Probably in the next few days, I'm gonna start injecting again. I just want like all the water retention to go away. The last 2 nights, I haven't had any like nerve pain going down my arms when I'm sleeping, and I've been able to like sleep straight through the night. So there's still a little bit of water retention here and there. Want some of that to go away. It's probably just going to be another like 2-3 days, then I'll be good. But yeah, I'll probably start the testosterone again in the next few days, and then start taking the red yeast rice extract. I'm just following what the recommendation on the bottle is. It's not going to be a like-for-like comparison, too, though, because like I'm not taking as high of a dose of test, and I'm not going to be taking the Boldenone, so... But, whatever. See what it does. But thanks for the donation, Jaquavius Cumberdale. Alright, well, I'm going to go to bed. I'll look for some sexy Ashley mods that actually work, so we can look up her butt. But thanks again, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow. Maybe we'll game in the afternoon or something tomorrow, too. Just play some more RE and maybe fuck around with some other games. But thanks again, everyone. Sweet dreams. I'll see you all tomorrow.